Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the Delta Stewardship Council meeting today, November 16, 2023. And we are broadcasting from the California Natural Resources Building. If you will please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will now ask Emma if you will please lead the roll call, please.
Councilmember Burgess. Here. Councilmember Damrell. Here. Councilmember Hueso. Here. Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Moranian. Councilmember Zingali.
Yes.
Chair Medueno.
Here. Thank you for that, Emma. We will now move on to the public comment portion. This item is for the public to comment on any topic not on the council's agenda. Any comments on the agenda will be taken during that time. Emma?
If any member of the public is interested in providing public comment on any agenda item during today's meeting, please send an email blue card to engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov as seen on the screen. Be sure to note your name and the agenda item that you wish to speak on. When called, the clerk will unmute you.
Great. We'll now move on to the consent calendar, item 4.
And Madam Chair, there is no public comment.
Oh, you know what? Because you read my mind, but thank you. We will now move on to the consent calendar. And is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Council, is there any need for discussion on the consent calendar? If not, I will accept a motion to accept the consent calendar. Moved by Councilmember Hueso, second by Councilmember Burgess. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Burgess.
Yes.
Councilmember Damrell.
Here.
Councilmember Lee. Excuse me. Councilmember Hueso.
Aye.
Councilmember Moranian.
Aye.
Councilmember Zingali.
Yes.
Chair Medueno.
Yes. Motion approved and passes unanimously. We'll now move on to item 5, and that is a chair report. And I actually first want to start my comments acknowledging and giving a tribute to a gentleman who I unfortunately did not have the pleasure of knowing or getting to work with, but many of you in this room, in this office, in this city, in the state, knew him and knew him well as a champion and as a true servant leader who really rose to the top and provided, I think, a foundation for what the Delta and the Delta Stewardship Council is. And that is Mr. Phil Eisenberg, who unfortunately passed away. Mr. Eisenberg served as the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council and served honorably from 2010 to 2015. He was a member of the Democratic Party. He was the mayor of the city of Sacramento from 1975 to 1982, And he also served in the California State Assembly from 82 to 1996, representing the city of Sacramento and the surrounding areas. And again, I'd like to acknowledge that he was a champion for good governance and independent science with clear communication here for the Delta. And I would like to say that the Delta is a better place because of him. And without Mr. Eisenberg, there would be no Delta Stewardship Council and there would be no Delta Plan. Again, did not have the pleasure of getting to know him, but I look at the photos and I think about how incredibly important a role he took, and again, how he laid that foundation for all of us to follow. So we are taking that time to honor, recognize, and remember Mr. Phil Eisenberg. I would like to now move on to a couple other items. there was a DPIC meeting that was held in Sausalito last week. I can't believe it. It's been a week already. And I can tell you that it was a good meeting. We had some incredible discussions with many of the agencies that were present, and I'll let Amanda share a little bit more about that. But as I walked away from that meeting, as we were talking about modeling, and we were actually there at the Bay Delta model, that really is considered, I guess, the mothership of modeling. And so much of the work that we do is obviously as a result of that great platform that was laid out for us many, many, many years ago. And just having those discussions with some of the state and federal leaders about what is happening now and what they expect to happen with the Delta given climate change, and weighing in on our adaptation strategies, weighing in on modeling and the science and moving forward, and actually having those panelists come forward and give a lot of their insight and expertise. I really felt very positive, very comfortable, and much more empowered knowing that I think we're doing some great things as a result. And DPIC is, in essence, really kind of the catalyst for building more of these relationships for us in and around the Delta. And I will say it one more time, the Delta Stewardship Council is really in the best position to lead all of these discussions and efforts. Yesterday, we were on a legislative staff tour. There were about 25 legislative staff members. We were all graciously escorted by CCC drivers, CCC staff members. We had members of the Assembly, Senate, both from the Northern and Southern California members, Democratic and Republican. We stopped at the Staten Island to hear about wildlife, about family farming and subsidence. And we were at Big Break, and actually we were joined by our esteemed Contra Costa County Supervisor and Council Member Diane Burgess, who gave a little bit of perspective, again, of her work and her role. We also heard from Ivan Senok with the Buena Vista Rancheria, who talked again about the tribal engagement and the importance of, again, engaging with tribal communities in all aspects of the Delta. And then we heard from Jean Yokotobi, who is the president of the Isleton Chamber of Commerce, who gave again some historical perspective of what has happened and what continues to happen with disparities affecting disadvantaged communities in and around Isleton. We then went to the Dutch Slough and got some updates on the restoration project out there. It's just a phenomenal project. The scale of that project is just enormous. And if you have not had an opportunity, I truly, truly hope that someday you can come out there. It's just an amazing, amazing project, and so many agencies that are making that happen. And then we concluded at Bacon Island, listening on experts, if you will, from the Central Valley Flood Control Association, MBK engineers, and of course from the Department of Water Resources, again, on some of the challenges, the continued challenges with regard to flooding and levees affecting the 1,100 levee systems surrounding the Delta. And again, how we are continuing to see that we don't have enough funding to be able to protect these levees that work 24/7, 365. So great discussions out there. I also had the opportunity to attend the second Delta Restoration Forum held at the Ride Hotel on November 2nd. It wasn't a speaking platform. It was really stations where you could go and actually see the posters on some of the restoration projects that are being conducted with all of these state and federal agencies. There were 67 attendees, 18 presenting groups. And again, those consisted of the Delta Conservancy, the Delta Stewardship Council, CDFW, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And again, it's amazing to see that we have so much interaction with CBOs who also were there, who were talking about restoring the Delta and how some of their ideas are contributing to land-based learning and decisions. And then I will conclude by saying, unfortunately, today is the last day for our Delta lead scientist, Dr. Laurel Larson. And Laurel, I can't believe today is your last meeting. And I'm I'm troubled because I think, wow, we're losing such an amazing and esteemed member of this team, and I've gotten to appreciate you and really just recognize what an amazing talent you are. The fact that you are a woman and in this lead scientist position, it just humbles me and really impassions me to say, we need more Dr. Laurel Larsons in our world. And I so appreciate you and commend you for your leadership, for your amazing dedication that you have brought and knowledge that you have brought to this organization. And we wish you the very, very best. And we've got more for later, so that's it. And then I'll now introduce Amanda Bowl, who is going to share with us more about the Delta Crosscut budget that was introduced at the DPIC meeting last week in Sausalito. And I'll also welcome Brooke White, who is the Program Integration Division Manager for the Bureau of Reclamation and the author of the Crosscut Budget Report. So welcome and good morning.
Great. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Duane, and good morning, council members. Glad to be here with you today. Yeah, one of the things that we talked about at DPIC last week, and it really is amazing that it was last week, it feels like a lot of time has gone by, was the release of the 4th annual Delta Crosscut Budget Report. And this is an initiative that started several years ago under the leadership of former Chair Randy Fiorini, who really wanted us to focus on trying to get more funding for science in the system. But we realized through many meetings, many stakeholder meetings with lots of different, both DPIC partners, water agency partners, locals, and others, that the first step was really understanding what we're funding. We really didn't have a good understanding of what we were funding, how we were funding it, where the money was coming from, it just where it was going. And so we developed through again many meetings with many different interested parties, a system to start collecting that information. And so we've been doing that regularly for the last 4 years. Many of the DPIC agencies report on this. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. And then we added, after the first year, restoration funding to the mix as well, because it's really, a lot of times they're very kind of part and parcel, and it's very important that we also understand how we're funding restoration and where those funds are going. So we've been working for this entire 4 years in very close coordination with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. They've actually really been funding this research, or funding this compilation. They contract with Kearns and West to do this for us, which is just really instrumental in making this happen, because it is so much work. I do want to give a bit of a shout out to our staff who works on this, our accounting staff, and then Edmund Yu, who you all know, who also supports the Delta ISB, has just been incredibly supportive the entire 4+ years that we've been developing and now compiling this information. So anyway, with that, I'm going to hand it over to Brooke, who's going to walk us through the fiscal year 2021-2022 Delta Crosscut Budget Report.
Right. Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate it. Glad the microphone works this time. So that was my biggest fear coming up. Which button do I push? But anyway, thank you again for having me. I really appreciate it. As Amanda mentioned, this is our 4th year doing the report. I also want to give a shout out to Delisa Bloxon. She's our budget analyst who pulls and is really a main contributor for sure to this report, along with Edmund. So yeah, again, we're pretty excited because we're starting to see some trends after 4 years, and hopefully you'll get a chance to kind of take a closer look at the report. This is kind of just covering the highlights of the report. So there are kind of additional charts and pie charts and other things in there that have to do with reimbursability that I don't necessarily cover in this presentation. So I just wanted to mention that. All right, next slide. So this first, actually go back one. No, back one, sorry. There we go. Okay, so this is kind of a pivotal slide. This is kind of shows the total science expenditures for the agencies that we've reached out to. It comes to about $121.3 million. And we've kind of seen that this is in line with what we've seen in previous years. It's usually about or around 120 million. And on the next few slides, I'll kind of start talking about the variability that we've seen. So next slide. So this slide, you know, kind of shows the trends by category over the last 4 years. The core monitoring and the synthesis, kind of matches what we've thought. It hasn't changed too much. It's been somewhat steady. And a lot of that is focused on regulatory compliance type of activities. So we kind of expect that. For targeted foundational research, the initial increase from year 1 to year 2 was mostly due to large investments for reclamation when we entered into the reinitiation of consultation for the CVP and SWP. And then DWR also had a pretty big investment in model development and maintenance. There are other agencies, but the big ones are Reclamation, DWR, and the council that kind of consistently report at the highest expenditure levels over the last 4 years. It's important to note that other funding agencies reporting have kind of varied over the years a little bit more. And then the other thing to note is that the first years of the report could have some discrepancies on the data due to different interpretations of the categories and the subcategories, as well as the geographical scope. So this reporting is focused on expenditures is another thing to note, not obligations. So because funds are obligated in a given year, it doesn't necessarily mean we expend those funds in the same year. And so an annual increase or decrease in expenditures does not necessarily indicate whether there's a budget growth or a reduction. So I just wanted to mention that. Next slide. Okay, so here are the major contributors showing the expenditures. They've been pretty stable. You know, we kind of, going out on a limb, I'd say we're probably going to continue to see that with these major contributors in the future. So that's just kind of what this chart shows. All right, next slide. Okay, so this is the slide, as I said at DPIC, that meeting, that it kind of makes you dizzy when you look at it. I think this one really shows the variability in science funding, especially with the agencies that invest between about 1 and 5 million. The other contributors in the previous chart that you were looking at was kind of a larger, it was in the tens of millions of dollars we were looking at. This kind of zooms in, again, with some of the smaller contributors. It may be worth diving into what these agencies are funding and kind of what those trends are. Obviously, it's only been 4 years, so we're just barely starting to look at the trends. But one question may be, is this the kind of variability we want to see in science, or should we be moving towards something that's more stable or predictable? So that's kind of what this chart shows. Next slide. Okay, so now we're switching kind of from research and monitoring to, as Amanda referenced, habitat restoration. You'll see that habitat expenditures tend to be a larger number, and research and monitoring is an annual expenditure, while habitat restoration can sometimes be in very large chunks. Kind of depends on what projects are getting built, and then, of course, what funding sources are available for the different agencies. Okay, next. All right, this is kind of the last one that I'm going to present today, but this shows, again, habitat expenditures and then the different sources of funding. And I think what's interesting about this one is you can see that there's quite a few more state agencies that get involved or that are expending on habitat restoration than there are federal. And so that was really kind of the main point of this slide here. And then lastly, next slide. For next steps, the Delta Science Tracker has now been developed. I took a few minutes before the DPIC meeting to kind of check it out, and it looks like some agencies have started to input data, which is exciting, of projects within the tracker. And our hope would be to start using the tracker for future reporting. I think it could be really helpful. Reclamation has not used it too much, but our goal is to use it in the near future. And then second, in the past, we've kind of sent out a general survey for folks to complete, and we haven't had a huge participation rate. So instead, I think we're going to do some targeted outreach with folks, especially those that have provided input in the past, but always we welcome more. So if you're interested in providing input, please let myself know, Amanda. And we're happy to take more feedback to improve the report, but excited that we've come this far. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Brooke. Are there questions, comments? Yes, we'll start with Councilmember Hueso.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a little confused in terms of what we're measuring here. So are this the entire budget for just for scientific studies of the Delta? Is this, are
Yeah.
we talking about when you look at the first slide here and it shows approximately almost 100, not entirely 100 million between 65 and 52. Well, that one is separated 54 and 43, and then in the next bullet points it says 65, 52. They kind of don't add up to the circle. But are we talking about the 100 million being exclusively studies that are studying the Delta?
Yes, I think most of the science, I mean, Amanda can add to it, but I think most of the expenditures that we're measuring are within the Delta.
Yeah, they're within the Delta. And then I think if we move to the slide that shows expenditure by
And
type.
when you say within the Delta, you're talking about of the Delta? Of the Delta. Yeah,
Yeah.
studies of the Delta,
Yeah.
okay.
But a lot of that is monitoring, right?
Right,
Required
so-
monitoring by regulatory agencies. For
Okay.
example, for the State
okay,
Water
there we go.
Project and Central Valley Project
Yeah.
operations.
And that's why, that was my next question, because it just, I'm trying, because you list on two separate slides, different agencies, and they have different quantities. In this one, they're much smaller, in this one, they're much larger, but some of these are not included in this one, so I'm wondering if this really accounts for all the funds that are being measured in this.
To our knowledge, I mean, this is self-reporting, so we're asking the agencies to do this, and
Yeah.
I think they're reporting what they have, and then when we get the data, we're splicing and dicing it to really figure out again, like, what is each agency totally present or funding, and then of that amount, what of those funds are going to core monitoring versus targeted foundational research versus status and trends. So we're kind of breaking it up in lots of different ways so that we can understand it in lots of different ways.
So could we agree it's somewhere around 100 million a year, or at least last year,
Or you mean for the total? Sorry.
for the total?
Yeah, the total is about 120 million.
About 120 million, and that, how is that compared to other years?
That's about this, it's been pretty consistent.
Okay.
It's been about 120. This year it's 123, but
And as far as the state's obligation, which is pretty much around half, that is also about the same?
yeah, I think it's been pretty consistent, right, between state and federal, as I
Okay.
recall. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the part that would be consistent would be the mandated monitoring. It's
Yeah.
it's more of the research that, for example, like we fund on kind of new ideas or, just competitive solicitations for Delta Science, that fluctuates a little bit more.
And yeah, I'd be interested in seeing how that fluctuates in terms of whether we're working on new studies other than just monitoring. And if we're looking at trying to get new information that is not gathered.
Yeah, and I would definitely say on the habitat restoration side too, that's where you see variability too, just because different years we invest in different projects and some can be pretty large
And they're
amounts.
probably tied to projects as opposed to just saying we should study as we've received reports on the mercury issue or
Right.
other issues like that.
Yeah, more projects.
Do we need somebody to exert a little more leadership to solicit funding for those, or are those just simply a function of it's going to happen because of a new state law or a new project or?
Well, I mean, I'd say, again, the initial impetus for collecting this information was that, so over the long term, we could figure out how then to start asking for more funding for science and now restoration as well. So to the degree that someone in leadership wants to kind of, start having those conversations, we have more data to kind of back up the need, the gaps, the fluctuations, and why maybe more steady amounts or an increase in the funding for science or restoration would be needed. Yeah. Wow.
And on that note, I would just point out that one thing that stood out to me from this cross-cut budget report is that the amount of funding we're investing in synthesis is an order of magnitude lower than the amount that we're actually investing in monitoring. So we're collecting all of this data, but there's this critical need for putting the data together and integrating different types of data sets to tell a big picture story and answer some of the most pressing questions we have about management. And so I would say we really do need advocacy to increase funding for synthesis. And one way that can be done is through modeling. And so that's how this modeling conversation that we also had at DPIC fits into what we just heard.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Right. Councilmember
Yes, I
Moranian.
have one question. So the funds come earmarked. That's where my first question. The second one, if it's not, then how does it get earmarked and does it change year by year? And then my last question is, who decide, what is the ultimate decision? I mean, who's the ultimate decision maker of how we allocate?
So I would start with the first part, at least from reclamation standpoint. As far as the funding, it's mostly all appropriated funding. In the last couple years, we have received a couple earmarks, but that's not where most of our funding comes from. It's just appropriated among like 3 different sources that we expend. So address the.
Yeah, and then I think as Jessica was saying a bit ago, I mean, there's just like some core monitoring that's just required that we do in relation to the projects. And so that's done. And then, if you look at, again, this figure 3 that talks about the different types, there is, the targeted foundational research, the targeted, those types of things, and like the synthesis where there's going to be more variability because it's not necessarily earmarked directly to some like requirement, like buyouts or something like that. So
I'm just not clear on synthesis.
Synthesis is essentially making sense of the data that we collect so that we know what it's telling us. So
Collected by different bodies?
yes, so across the
different
system,
reasons.
there's quite a bit of monitoring going on. And so an example of a synthesis effort would be, well, let's put that data together and tell a story about what's happening with winter run salmon in the system. And let's issue some recommendations for where there are gaps in monitoring or what should be done from a management perspective about it. So we really rely on the synthesis. If there's no synthesis, the data is useless.
But somehow I was under the impression that before we collect, we know the stuff we're going to look at. So the synthesis happens after the data collection. But how much of it we know before we collect the data and why we collected that specific data? I mean, that's where I'm unclear.
Yeah, I do think it's a loop, right? I mean, I think you have regulators who are saying, well, here's what we think we need to monitor. Here's what we have the capability of monitoring. So let's monitor that for now. There's a lot of active discussions in the system right now about whether we should change the things that we're monitoring because they're not telling us the information that we need to manage for the outcomes that we want.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Burgess.
Thank you. Yeah, at DPIC, I asked a question based on the slide that showed the large amount. It's figure 7 that showed federal being 15.9% of habitat expenditures and so I was a little confused, and it's interesting to hear my colleagues' questions because I think it's similar. So this is data that's being collected for 4 years, and we're still synthesizing what we need to be collecting. I mean, we're right now. But let me just ask you, who is this information for?
I think at the end of the day, again, I think it is for decision makers so that they can look at this and say, hey, the feds are only funding 15% of habitat restoration in the Delta.
Right.
What are they doing in other systems? Why is there a disparity here? And what could we be doing potentially to even those out or to have some more parity there? So it's just another, I think ultimately for decision makers, but I think for us as staff who are working, on the ground doing this to really figure out, okay, what conversations do we need to be having with decision makers?
I think for the public to look at this, it may be confusing. So there may be maybe a part of that there's something that kind of simplifies it and helps people understand, because the decision makers are going to be influenced by the folks that are reaching out to them, and so that if they can understand this information and give that feedback, if their staff can understand it, who don't necessarily have a background. You know, we're so focused on the Delta and water and all these things, but a lot of decision makers are working on dozens, if not hundreds of other things at the same time. So to make this really easily understood is appreciated. And again, why is federal money so small in the Delta? I just really want to influence that getting discussed a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I mentioned before, especially on the habitat side, that it includes more than just the Delta. We do a lot of habitat restoration on other tributaries and up in the Sacramento River and the American River and the San Joaquin that may not be of the Delta. So
yeah, we might want to put an asterisk next to that then and give that kind of, because that was, you know, I was like, what the heck? So thank you.
yeah.
Other questions? Actually, so I think you raise a really good point, Councilmember Burgess. You know, who needs this report? And to me, I think we need to see this report because it's an accountability tool, right? It's also a great tool for us to be able to advocate. You know, we're talking about how do we take a look at the scenario before us and be able to have these conversations, candid conversations at DPIC to say, hey, you know, we're like really far apart here with regard to expenditures on the federal side, but this is a really good telltale, if you will, tool. So I think that this has been great, and I think that the agencies that have been very active with DPIC also acknowledge that this has been a great tool for them to be able to have in their pockets. So my question is, Jessica mentioned, you know, this also helps us to track the modeling, mandated versus, you know, creative or new studies, if you will. Will that be broken down at some point so that we can actually see what, you know, again, the contrast between what is mandated modeling versus perhaps new studies that we're putting out there or new efforts?
You mean monitoring?
Monitoring, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think we do have it to a certain degree in our subcategories. So it's definitely something we can look at. Again, it's only been 4 years, so we've been a little tentative to say any major trends, especially when you get down to the subcategory, because there seems to be even more kind of ambiguity. But as we're going forward, I can see that, yes, being very helpful. I don't know if you have anything
But it's
to add.
fair to say that by and large, most of the funding is tied to mandated
Yes.
monitoring
Yes,
of the
that's true.
system.
That's true.
Very little goes to kind of new studies.
Yes, I would think that's accurate.
It would be good to even categorize, this is the mandated and this is the new stuff. That would be, I think that would be a trend we'd really want to see.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think for 4 years, I think my first DPIC meeting, I remember it was Mario Monzo who presented the cross-cut budget report, and there was a lot of engagement, a lot of discussion. So I know that this is a very valuable tool that many agencies are relying on. So thank you so much to both of you and to everybody who's contributing to this amazing report that is obviously well used and recognized tool. And I agree with Brooke, you need to take a look at the entire report because there is a lot of detail in that.
Yeah, there is. So yeah, thank you so much. Reclamation has really benefited from it as well. So
Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to do one quick recap and to finalize my report. And that is, I want to thank Amanda for all of your hard work in putting together the DPIC meeting. I know that that's not an easy feat to try to rally and basically corral all of these federal and state agencies to come together. And so I just want to publicly thank you for all of your hard work, your dedication. It warms my heart to see how much effort you put into putting DPIC together. And so it shows. So thank you so much. And my last shout out is to Brandon. Yesterday's legislative tour was, in one word, it was amazing to be able to get that many legislative staff members together in one room and in 3 vans touring the entire Delta. And so if you will indulge me, I actually did a quick little video with two legislative staff members. And for me, so they represent, a lot of our state legislators, they all represent our state legislators. And so at the end of the day, I want to know, what did they walk away with? And are they going to go back to their office and say, it was a great trip, good lunch? Or did they walk away with something meaningful and something that they can take back to their boss? And so I'll just play this quick.
I am here, legislative tour, and I am joined today with Yahida and Allison. So, ladies, we've been together all day in bands. What was the biggest takeaway with this tour that you took today of the Delta for both of you? Yahida, I'll start with you.
My biggest takeaway was seeing what was before a 2017 corn field completely changed into a flowing river, very lush marshland, great place for the ecosystem and the communities surrounding.
Yeah, awesome. What about you, Allison? What's your biggest takeaway?
It's been really impactful to see the need for cross-collaboration between different levels of government, between the federal, state, local levels, and across different agencies and departments within the state to make sure that we're able to really protect, preserve, and conserve this area.
So I'm guessing you're both going to go back more empowered and much more knowledgeable today on the Delta to be able to inform your leaders as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, ladies.
So I'm going to talk to our audio video team over there. They might need a professional like me on their team. I don't know. Might have another job. Thank you again, Brandon. A great job, great day. And hopefully we will come out ahead with some of our state legislators understanding a little bit more about the Delta. And now I will ask if there is any public comment on this item.
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Okay, we will now move on to our executive officer's report. And for that, we have our executive officer, Ms. Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I want to add, it was a great tour yesterday, a long day, but a lot of information sharing and relationship building. And my thanks also to Brandon for all the hard work, and to Mina for her support as well, and also to the California Conservation Corps that lent us 3 drivers and 3 vans to guide us safely on that trip. So much appreciated. And I did want to add to the chair's remarks about Phil Eisenberg. Phil personally recruited me to the Delta Stewardship Council and hired me as the executive officer, so he will be missed. For those of us who remember Phil on the dais, he excuse me, he had such a sharp wit, and he had a really playful way of talking to people and getting them to say what they really meant on the issues, and it was a joy to watch. And so he had a big impression on me, and he had shaped the Delta plan into as strong as it is today. And so I thank you for your comments, and I know the judge gets it, and I was very fortunate to get to spend some time with Phil this summer. So that was very meaningful to me. So thank you.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Deep breath.
So a couple of announcements to cover. We do have several covered actions that are, I would say, live in our system. The Department of Fish and Wildlife on October 27th submitted a certification of consistency for the Montezuma Slough Fish Screen Replacement Project. This is in the Grizzly Island Wildlife Area. The project aims to replace 2 water intakes that are located on the eastern boundary of the wildlife area and that pull water from via gravity and tidal fluctuation from the tidally influenced Montezuma Slough. So the existing intakes are approximately 3 river miles upstream from the confluence of the Slough and the Sacramento River. The public review period for that covered action is open through November 27th. On November 8th, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency submitted a certification of consistency for the TS30L Levee Improvement Project. This is along 10-mile slough, so very urban Stockton. The objectives of the project include meeting the requirements of State Senate Bill 5 and the Central Valley Flood Improvement Act. So this is about 200-year level flood protection for urban areas. And the public review period is open through December 8th for that project. Also on November 8th, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board submitted a certification of consistency for the American River Common Features Sacramento River Erosion Project. primary objective of that project is to restore structural stability of the levee and maintain public safety. The public review period for that project is open December 8th. For more detail on all of these projects and on our covered action system and appeals system, please see our website. We did not have any comment letters this month, so there are none in your packet. But we do have a couple of new additions to the council that I'm pleased to announce. So please join me in welcoming our new executive fellow, Minachi Odayapan, or Mina. As you know, the Executive Fellows Program is a partnership between Sac State and the Governor's Office and places early career professionals in executive branch offices. Mina started with us on Monday, and so she's had a whirlwind week, I should say, with the legislative staff tour and the Legislative Academy that I had the chance to address on Tuesday. So this is the third year in a row that we've hosted a fellow, thanks to the mentorship of Amanda Bowl and Brandon Chapin. As a former executive fellow myself, I'm proud that our agency participates in this program, and the council has now had 7 fellows since our inception in 2010, which is pretty incredible for an agency this size. Mina is a recent graduate of UC Riverside with a BA in political science and administrative studies. She's an avid traveler and a language learner. She speaks conversational Tamil and is currently learning Mandarin and Spanish. So welcome, Mina. Also, Dr. Elizabeth Brusati joins us as a senior environmental scientist in our adaptive management unit in the Delta Science program. I'm not sure if Dr. Brusati is here. She joins us after 7 years in the CDFW invasive species program. She grew up in the Bay Area, enjoys bird watching, and is currently learning Italian and Spanish. She has a bachelor's from UC Davis, a master's in science from Texas A&M, and they're both in wildlife and fisheries biology. Her PhD is in ecology from UC Davis, and we're excited about what she's going to add to our team. In your packet are your outreach highlights report, which I encourage you to always take a look at, and also our active projects list. Those are also available online. We do not have a legal update or a legislative update today, so I am going to move to our State Water Resources Control Board presentation on the proposed Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan updates. And for that, I'll invite up Delta Water Master Jay Ziegler, Diane Riddle, Assistant Deputy Director at the State Water Board, and also Jeff Henderson, who will provide some remarks at the end. And so Jay, I think I will hand it over to you.
Okay, great.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, good morning. Good morning, council members. I also want to take a moment to just express my own deep appreciation for the work and guidance that Phil Eisenberg provided in so much of leading this region, this area, and understanding the Delta better, and just doing it in such a remarkable way in his own personal touch, and inserting his true Renaissance person qualities in everything he touched, and he is really going to be missed across this community, and not far beyond the Delta, but it's he's really one of those people that was truly impactful in every aspect of his life. I just want to take a moment also to thank Brandon, thank the Stewardship Council, thank Jessica for the opportunity to join the field trip yesterday and really have some deep conversations with legislative staff, enhancing their understanding of cross-cutting issues across the Delta. And yeah, Councilmember Burgess, I think your remarks were really right on point in that big break, and really set a tone of what we can do if we all work together. And I would strongly echo your remarks today that we need to be better at intersecting federal project engagement with the state to ensure that we're really on track to engage together in bold experimentation and what we can do and accomplish more, and enhance federal investment levels from levee to habitat restoration to full participation in the Water Quality Control Plan, for which I'm going to turn to my colleague here. And just take a moment to really acknowledge the work that Diane has led in putting together an extraordinary analysis of a range of options that the state board will deliberate around over more than the next year, probably likely a 15-month calendar in consideration of a water quality control plan update. And there's an extraordinary body of work that all of us will be sharing. That's not the purpose of Diane's presentation today, which is really to talk about the process and how the council may look at the process and its engagement in the overall water quality control plan update. And so I just want to take a moment to say that this 6,000-page body of work, the science program that's articulated in the analysis, and a range of options from the voluntary agreement to the 55% unimpaired flow standard is really just an extraordinary body of work as a reference point. And so Diane, thank you to you and your team for really providing the transparency and level of analysis that you have in this. As I think these are incredibly complex undertakings. As is well known, the board is overdue in its consideration of the water quality control plan update, but there is an extraordinary substantive basis from which the board will make those decisions now. But Diane, maybe if you could take over and really kind of give the council an update on the framework for its engagement in the plan. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Morning, Diane.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for the kind words. We have a tremendous team working on this project, many of which originated at the Stewardship Council, fortunately for us, unfortunately for you all. But yeah, it's been quite an undertaking to release this draft staff report, and we're happy to start the public dialogue on that draft staff report and start to receive input and refine the staff report in order to inform the board's efforts to update the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Again, I'll just introduce myself again. I'm Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors with the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights, and I'm going to be presenting an overview of the draft staff report in support of Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. For shorthand, we refer to this as a Sacramento Delta update. We released the draft staff report on September 28th, and we're currently in a public review and comment process. I'll go over the details of that a little bit more as we go through the presentation. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the topics I'll cover today. I'll begin with an overview of the State Water Board's responsibilities, just for those that aren't familiar with the board, followed by a description of the Bay Delta Plan, again, for those not familiar with the plan, including the purpose and need for the plan and its updates. I will then provide an overview of the draft staff report, which evaluates the potential benefits and environmental and economic impacts of potential alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan. I'll conclude with a summary of the next steps and in the process, and identify ways in which the public can participate in that process. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of background on the State Water Board. The State Water Board's mission is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water for the protection of the environment and public health and all beneficial uses of water, and to ensure the proper water resource allocation and efficient use for the benefit of present and future generations. The State Water Board, along with the 9 regional water quality control boards or regional boards, are dedicated to clean water for human uses and environmental protection to sustain California's future. In addition to protecting water quality, including drinking water, surface water, and groundwater, the State Water Board is responsible for allocating surface water rights, protecting the public trust and public interest, and preventing waste and unreasonable use of water. All of these responsibilities converge in the Bay Delta Plan, where the board must consider both water quality and water supply related issues. Next slide, please. It's a little bit of background on the Bay Delta Plan. State law requires that the State Water Board and the Regional Water Quality Control Boards adopt water quality control plans that include measures to protect water quality in the state's streams, rivers, and lakes. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan or Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water in the Bay Delta, including municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife, as well as water quality and flow objectives to reasonably protect those beneficial uses, and a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, including actions the State Water Board will take, such as implementing flow requirements, and actions the State Water Board will take with others, or recommendations to others for actions they should take, such as habitat restoration actions. The Bay Delta Plan also identifies monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness and inform implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan contains water quality objectives that are both narrative and numeric. Narrative objectives describe the general water quality and flow conditions that must be attained through watershed management. They also serve as the basis for the detailed numeric objectives. Numeric objectives are specific numbers, for example, cubic feet per second or percent of unimpaired flow. Next slide. And this is a map of the Bay Delta watershed. I'm sure you're all very familiar with that. This is also the area covered by the board's Bay Delta Plan. The term Bay Delta watershed, when we use it in the Bay Delta planning context, includes the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems, as well as the Delta, Sassoon Marsh, and San Francisco Bay. The Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems, as you're probably well aware, including their tributaries, drain water from about 40% of California's land area, supporting a variety of beneficial uses. The Bay Delta is one of the most important ecosystems in California, and as the largest tidal estuary on the western coast of the Americas, it supports a vast array of aquatic, terrestrial, avian, and fish and wildlife in the Delta, San Francisco Bay, and nearshore ocean, as well as a diverse assemblage of species upstream of the Delta. The Bay Delta watershed is also an integral component of California's water supply system for people and farms, as well as a vital part of the cultural, religion, and way of life for numerous California Native American tribes, which has become much more prominent in the board's Bay Delta planning processes of late. So in response to declines of several native aquatic species since the Bay Delta Plan was last comprehensively updated in 1995 through the Bay Delta Accord process, the State Water Board is in the process of updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife. That process is occurring through two separate processes, and I'll briefly go over those. Next slide, please. So the State Water Board updated the lower San Joaquin River tributary flow and Southern Delta salinity components of the Bay Delta Plan in 2018. We're currently in the process of implementing those updates to the Bay Delta Plan, as well as considering a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River. The blue oval on this slide identifies the general geographic scope of the lower San Joaquin River tributary flow and Southern Delta salinity components. The geographic area generally covers the lower San Joaquin River, its three main tributaries, including the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers, and the Southern Delta. Next slide, please. The draft staff report that I'm here to talk about today is focused on the other components of the Bay Delta Plan, covering the Sacramento River watershed and the Delta watershed. The blue oval on the slide identifies the general geographic scope of these updates, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta East Side tributaries, which include the Cosumnes, Mokelumne, and Calaveras rivers, and the Delta. Again, this area in the board's Bay Delta planning processes is referred to as the Sacramento Delta watershed. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously, native aquatic species have undergone substantial population declines due to a variety of aquatic ecosystem stressors, including flow alterations, habitat loss, degradation of water quality, and prolonged droughts. The Sacramento Delta update is intended to help address aquatic ecosystem stressors and improve environmental conditions to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the initial process to update the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan. This has been a long process. It began in 2012 when the State Water Board issued the notice of preparation for the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Following that release of the notice of preparation between 2012 and 2016, the State Water Board conducted several additional activities, including in coordination with the Delta Stewardship Council, including conducting several technical meetings and workshops. This includes a process to develop the State Water Board's Sacramento Water Allocations Model. It's a new model that the board developed in order to evaluate the potential hydrologic effects of different alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan. We released draft versions of this model, received public comment, and conducted a peer review on the model. And that is a model that is currently used to assess the different alternatives in the Sacramento Delta staff report. In addition to development of the Sacramento Water Allocations Model, we developed a draft scientific basis support documenting the science supporting possible Sacramento and Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The science report was released for public comment and reviewed by the Delta Independent Science Board. The report was revised in light of the input the State Water Board received and was then independently peer reviewed pursuant to requirements of the Public Health and Safety Code, which requires that the scientific basis of any statewide plan, basin plan, plan amendment, guideline, or policy undergo external peer review before adoption. A final scientific basis report was then released in 2017. That 2017 scientific basis report identified the science supporting possible year-round inflow and temperature management measures for the Sacramento River, its tributaries, and the Delta East Side tributaries, associated Delta outflows that would provide for the required inflows in the Bay Delta Plan to be provided as outflow, and interior Delta flows to prevent impacts to native fish from Delta water export operations. Following development of the scientific basis report in 2018, in advance of consideration of the lower San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan, the State Water Board released a framework that identified a staff proposal at that time for possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. Now I'll talk about what that framework identified. The framework identified an inflow objective for the Sacramento River and its tributaries and Delta East Side tributaries, calling for 55% of unimpaired flow within an adaptive range from 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow. The adaptive range would allow for higher or lower flows based on specific tributary considerations, including temperature management, habitat restoration that achieves equivalent benefits, and other considerations. Unimpaired flow is the flow that would accumulate in surface waters in response to rainfall and snowmelt and flow downstream if there were no reservoirs or diversions to change the quantity, timing, and magnitude of flows. In addition to inflows, consistent with the scientific basis report, the framework identified cold water habitat provisions that would require tailored measures based on the specific needs of each individual tributary to ensure that reservoirs are operated in a manner that provides needed cold water habitat for salmonids or other measures to provide for cold water habitat. The framework also identified, again, inflow-based Delta outflow objectives that would provide for the required inflows from the Bay Delta Plan to be provided as outflows. That includes both the inflows that would be identified in the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, as well as the inflows that were adopted in the 2018 update to the Bay Delta Plan, or in the event the board modifies those with voluntary agreements, the voluntary agreement flows. The framework also identified the interior delta flows to provide for the protection of fish and wildlife, as well as science and monitoring and reporting and other provisions. The staff proposal identified in the 2018 framework is referred to in the draft staff report as the proposed plan amendments. While this alternative is identified as the proposed plan amendments, all the alternatives are available to the State Water Board in its decision-making process, and the board has not made a decision on which direction it is going. That decision will be informed by comments on the draft staff report and other information, including the scientific basis report for voluntary agreements that I'll discuss more. Next slide, please. Following release of the 2018 framework in late 2022, during the completion of the draft staff report, the State Water Board received a memorandum of understanding signed by state and federal agencies and water users proposing voluntary agreements, or VAs for short, as a proposed means for updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan. The VAs propose flow and habitat restoration actions on several tributaries to the Delta and in the Delta that are intended to contribute to achieving a new narrative ecosystem protection objective proposed by the voluntary agreement parties, and the Bay Delta Plan's existing narrative salmon protection objective calling for the doubling of salmon populations. The State Water Board is not a signatory to the VA MOU and again has made no decision on whether to move forward with the VA. In January of 2023, the State Water Board staff released a draft scientific basis report supplement to the 2017 scientific basis report in support of the proposed voluntary agreements for public review and comment. This report documents the science supporting Sacramento Delta provisions included in the proposed voluntary agreements. The scientific basis report supplement was developed in collaboration with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and California Department of Water Resources. Following receipt of public comments, the draft was revised. Currently, the final draft scientific basis report supplement is undergoing external scientific peer review pursuant to requirements of the Public Health and Safety Code, similar to the process that was taken for the 2017 report. Based on comments from the peer review, the scientific basis report may be further updated and a final version will be included in the staff report and inform the board's decision-making processes. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released the draft staff report. This draft staff report evaluates the potential benefits and environmental, economic, and other impacts and associated mitigation measures for possible alternatives for updating the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan, including evaluation of the proposed plan amendments and the proposed voluntary agreements. The draft staff report also assesses other standalone alternatives and modular alternatives that may be considered by the State Water Board. Next slide, please. So the VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McColmy rivers, as well as Puda Creek, and in the Delta, proposed by water users in the watershed. The VAs also include a proposal for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered separately and is not being considered for approval in the draft staff report. However, the potential additive benefits of those Tuolumne River voluntary agreement flows are assessed in the draft staff report and the scientific basis report. As indicated previously, the VAs proposed that the flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures would be implementation measures for a proposed new narrative objective to achieve the viability of native fish populations, and would implement the participating parties' share during the term of the VAs to contributing to the existing narrative salmon doubling objective, which the VA parties propose to achieve by 2050. The proposed VAs also include governance and science programs to direct flow and habitat restoration actions, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. By the end of the year, the VA parties, or shortly thereafter, we've been discussing maybe a little bit later time period, the VA parties also plan to submit to the State Water Board draft flow accounting procedures, a global agreement, and enforcement and implementing agreements to the State Water Board. The VAs propose an initial 8-year term. If approved by the board and shown to be effective, the term could be extended or modified. If the VAs are not found to be effective through a process laid out in the VA MOU, a regulatory pathway could apply to the VA parties after the board takes certain actions. The draft staff report identifies a staff proposed regulatory pathway consistent with the flows identified in the 2018 framework and identified in the proposed plan amendments in draft staff report, which includes 55% of unimpaired flow within a range of 45 to 65, and the inflow-based delta outflows and cold water habitat measures. The draft staff report also assumes that this regulatory pathway would apply to non-VA regions. Next slide, please. This slide provides more information about the draft staff report. The draft staff report includes scientific information and environmental and economic analyses to support the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The report assesses a range of alternatives, including the proposed plan amendments based on the 2018 framework, the voluntary agreements, and other project alternatives. I'll discuss those alternatives in the next slide. In addition to those alternatives, based on input from California and Native American tribes, the draft staff report also identifies proposed incorporation of tribal beneficial uses to the Bay Delta Plan and subsistence fishing and tribal subsistence fishing beneficial uses to the Bay Delta Plan. The draft staff report is what is referred to as a substitute environmental document that fulfills the requirements of CEQA under the State Water Board CEQA regulations. Next slide, please. So when approving a discretionary project, state agencies must comply with CEQA, as I'm sure you're aware. CEQA's basic purposes are to inform government decision makers and the public about potential significant environmental effects of proposed activities, identify the ways that environmental damage can be avoided or reduced, and prevent significant avoidable damage to the environment by requiring mitigation measures. The State Water Board adopts water quality control plans as part of a certified regulatory program under CEQA. Certified regulatory programs are exempt from CEQA's requirements for preparing environmental impact reports, negative declarations, and initial studies. Accordingly, the State Water Board may prepare a substitute environmental document that meets the requirements of CEQA. The entirety of the staff report can be considered a substitute environmental document that fulfills the CEQA requirements, as well as other applicable water quality control planning requirements. Next slide, please. In addition to the CEQA requirements, the State Water Board's amendments to the Bay Delta Plan must be prepared in accordance with the Port Cologne Water Quality Control Act, the Water Code, and other applicable laws. Section 13241 of the Port Cologne Act identifies certain factors that must be evaluated when establishing water quality objectives. These factors include past, present, and probable future beneficial uses of water, environmental characteristics of the hydrographic unit under consideration, including the quality of water available thereto, water quality conditions that could reasonably be achieved through the coordinated control of all factors that affect water quality in the area, economic considerations, the need for developing housing, the need to develop and use recycled water. The draft staff report discusses these factors, and the executive summary includes a summary of where you can find discussion of these different factors. The factors are an inherent part of the analyses presented for decision makers to understand the impacts not only to the environment, but also on other beneficial uses of water, economics, and important considerations like the human right to water. Climate change is another relevant factor that is also considered that is not specifically identified in Water Code Section 13241. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an overview of the different chapters that are included in the draft staff report. There's an executive summary, which is chapter 1, that provides an overall summary of the draft staff report and is a handy summary for those that aren't able to read all 6,000 pages of the draft staff report. Chapter 2 is focused on hydrology and water supply and describes the flow regime within the Sacramento Delta watershed, including how the magnitude, frequency, duration, timing, and rate of change of flow have been altered, and presents an overview of California's water rights system and water supply portfolios. Chapter 3, Scientific Knowledge to Inform Fish and Wildlife Flow Recommendations, provides a review and summary of the best available science on flow needs for the protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Chapter 4, Other Aquatic Ecosystem Stressors, summarizes the other aquatic ecosystem stressors, such as loss of habitat, invasive species, and water quality pollutants in the Bay Delta watershed, and how these stressors interact with the ecosystem. Chapter 5, Proposed Changes to the Bay Delta Plan, includes a description and discussion of the proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan that were identified in the 2018 framework document. Chapter 6, Changes in Hydrology and Water Supply, includes a summary of the Sacramento Water Allocations Model used to evaluate the potential changes to the flows, reservoir levels, and water supplies in the draft staff report. This chapter includes Sacramento water allocation modeling results for the 35 to 75% of unimpaired flow scenarios, and describes other water management actions, including groundwater storage and recovery, water transfers, water recycling, and conservation measures. Chapter 6 is the bulk of the CEQA analyses and presents the environmental analysis for the proposed plan amendments, as well as several other alternatives. Chapter 8 presents the economic effects of these alternatives. And then Chapter 9 is where we house all of the voluntary agreements analyses. The analyses are included in this chapter because we received the voluntary agreements after much of the draft staff report had been prepared. This chapter, however, does rely upon analyses included in other chapters of the staff report. Chapter 10, Economically Disadvantaged Communities, provides an overview of economically disadvantaged communities, or DACs, and their water supply, discusses potential effects of the project on DACs and small public water systems, and incorporates information from other sections and chapters to identify potential impacts. This section also discusses relevant State Water Board financial and technical assistance programs to provide safe, clean, and reliable supplies to DACs. Chapter 11, Tribal Engagement, summarizes tribal engagement activities related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, including tribal input, requesting the incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge and incorporation of tribal beneficial uses into the Bay Delta Plan. Finally, Chapter 12, Public Participation, summarizes the public participation activities that were held during the pre-scoping and scoping phases of the environmental review process for the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The staff report also includes several other appendices, including the scientific basis reports and the full suite of voluntary agreement products that the State Water Board has received to date. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the alternatives that were evaluated in the draft staff report. Again, there are several standalone alternatives, including the proposed plan amendments that I won't go over again, and the proposed VAs. In addition to those alternatives, the draft staff report evaluates a low and high flow alternative that are similar to the proposed plan amendments, with the exception the low flow alternative would involve 35 to 45% of unimpaired flow, and the high flow alternative would evaluate 65 to 75% of unimpaired flow. There's also evaluation of a no project alternative. In addition to the standalone alternatives, there are modular alternatives that are evaluated in the draft staff report, which include 3 interior delta flow and delta outflow variations, a drought alternative with 2 variations that could help to address limited water supplies during drought, and an alternative that would protect VA flows against diversions for other purposes for the term of the VAs. A description of each of these is included in section 7.2 of the draft staff report. Next slide, please. So the release of the draft staff report initiates the public comment process. To facilitate public review of the draft staff report, the State Water Board has held several workshops, one on October 19th that provides a general overview of the draft staff report that is recorded and posted on the State Water Board's website for everyone's informational purposes. We also held a workshop on November 2nd on the modeling tools used to evaluate the alternatives in the draft staff report. Again, that one is also posted. In addition to those workshops, there is a video tutorial for the draft staff report that's posted on the board's website. In addition to those meetings, we've held several meetings with tribal representatives prior to and following release of the draft staff report to explain the draft staff report to the tribes. So those workshops, the purpose of the workshops was to inform the public and assist in their review of the draft staff report. That was not the time that we were receiving public comments. The public comment period starts tomorrow. The board is holding a multi-day public hearing that starts tomorrow at 9:30 at the State Water Board's offices. There are also virtual attendance options. We will then have a second hearing day on December 1st. And we close the hearing on December 11th, and we actually have changed the start time to that hearing day to noon rather than 4 o'clock. Apologies for that error in the slide. We have received, parties were requested to register in advance for those hearing days, and we've received a lot of requests to comment during these 3 days. So we have extended the day on December 11th to accommodate all of the different commenters that have requested to participate. Then with the written public comment period, we recently extended this week from December 15th to January 19th, 2024. Next slide, please. So this slide provides our anticipated timeline for completing the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. As I mentioned previously, we submitted the VA Scientific Basis Report supplement for scientific peer review. That is currently undergoing peer review. We expect responses in January. And again, we are expecting additional products from the voluntary agreement parties by the end of this year, early next year. All of those products, the comments on the draft staff report, the peer review of the scientific basis report for the VAs, and the additional products received from the voluntary agreements parties will inform the board's development of the actual changes to the Bay Delta Plan. The draft staff report does not leaves open the possibility that any of the alternatives could be, the board could choose any of those alternatives. The board is going to actually develop the specific regulatory language for one of those alternatives. And that will be released in early to mid 2024 for an additional public comment period. So largely the purpose of the draft staff report is to receive the comments related to the environmental analyses. And we will have another public comment process on the actual regulatory text for the updates to the Bay Delta Plan. That will include workshops as well as a written public comment period. Then we're expecting by late 2024, we will have completed responses to the comments on the draft staff report, and we will bring the final draft staff report and the proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan to the board for consideration in late 2024. Next slide, please. This slide includes contact information and additional resources on where to find information about the draft staff report. And we've got staff monitoring our email box. If anyone has a question, we're happy to take those questions by email. And again, there's a lot of resources on the website that will be helpful for reviewing the draft staff report. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you all have.
That was a lot of information, Diane. I'm going to look to my council to see if there's questions, and we'll start with Councilmember Moranian.
Yes, I have one question. In terms of, my question is on process more, and I understand the plan and adoption of it and updates of it, but in terms of process, when something is being built or moved or changed, how do you forecast ahead of time the impact on water quality, or after, you're coming after to monitor it and see if it's in compliance, or both?
Yeah, so the draft staff report includes an evaluation of the expected environmental effects of both changes to in-stream flows, as well as a programmatic review of potential habitat restoration measures, in addition to potential response actions that water users may take, such as building new reservoirs, installing stream gauges. There is a programmatic evaluation of all of those activities in the draft staff report. In terms of the monitoring that would take place afterwards, the program of implementation would also include monitoring, evaluation, and special studies activities to ensure that we're monitoring the effects of the implementation of the Bay Delta Plan. Some of those construction projects, for example, like construction of a new reservoir, would be subject to specific permitting requirements and not could potentially have some elements included in the Bay Delta Plan, but more than likely the specifics of the monitoring evaluation needed for those construction activities would be part of the permitting process for those activities. But certainly the actions that the Bay Delta Plan is requiring, such as the in-stream flow measures, would be monitoring evaluation program would be developed as part of the Bay Delta Plan. That's something that our staff is working on at this point right now, and would be released in that when we release the draft regulatory text in early to mid next year, and for which the public will have an opportunity to provide comments and review.
So again, there's two parts to the process. Is before they have to, there's some kind of a forecast of what the impact will be, and then later on we come back to. And then in terms of jurisdiction over that, where does the State Water Board comes in?
The State Water Board's authorities generally extend over water quality, discharge-related issues.
No. I know the issue. I know what they're looking over. I'm trying to understand where do they come in terms of what can and can't do. Let's say that they're not doing what you asked them, or the project, forecasted something, but something else happened. Where do you come in terms of jurisdiction over stop action, notice of violation? How does that work?
Yeah, and it would depend upon the alternative that the board moves forward with. The voluntary agreement proposal includes a process for evaluating whether the actions proposed as part of the voluntary agreements are being taken and the effectiveness of those actions. And there, as I stated, there's a process whereby if the voluntary agreements are not progressing as expected, then the voluntary agreement, then that would be a compliance related activity if they're not meeting the commitments that they were committing to meet, and would be subject to the terms of that approval process, which again, those details will be laid out in the future upcoming documents. But that would become a compliance issue. The effectiveness issue are those actions, even if they're being taken, are they having the intended effect? Are they providing for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife? That's something that would be evaluated through a process laid out in the voluntary agreements proposal. They have a red, yellow, green light process in which if actions are having their intended effect, which would be a green light scenario, then the VAs could continue and there would be no issues. If they're not having the intended effect, then you would look to see, can the voluntary agreements be modified? And if they can, then you could potentially continue the voluntary agreements. And if they cannot, then that would signal likely discontinuation of the voluntary agreements. For the percent of unimpaired flow alternatives, there's also a similar monitoring and evaluation program. The board would be evaluating the effectiveness of those activities, compliance as well as effectiveness, to determine, are we having the intended outcomes? That could inform adaptive management within the range of percent of unimpaired flow, could signal we should move up or down in the percent of unimpaired flow range through a defined process that would be laid out in the program of implementation. Or it could signal that we need to take a look at the Bay Delta plan again and consider additional updates if those activities are not having the intended effect. It can also mean that there are other activities that should take place. Again, the Bay Delta plan identifies not only actions the board should be taking, but makes recommendations for actions the board can take with other agencies, including our regional water quality control boards, as well as other partner agencies that conduct groundbreaking activity like habitat restoration, installation of fish screens, those kinds of activities that the board doesn't directly conduct those activities, but we work in partnership with other agencies on those types of activities.
Other questions? Diane, I actually want to make sure that I know Councilmember Lee is virtual. If you have any questions, somebody holler at me because sometimes I don't pay attention to the screen. Diane, obviously there's a lot writing on this, a lot of work. And so thank you. First and foremost, I can tell you are an expert when it comes to all of the aspects with regard to the voluntary agreements. My question is, when you talk about this initial 8-year term proposed to ensure that the voluntary agreements, that's the time period where you will decide whether these are extended or not, if they're not meeting their commitments or not in compliance. So that 8-year period could actually be shortened quite a bit, correct?
So there would be annual reviews conducted of compliance with the VAs, and then at year 6, a review would be undertaken to inform whether changes should be made by year 8 in the voluntary agreements. There is a tension between giving these projects, including because the VAs involve both flow and habitat restoration, some time to become effective. So the proposal is that the voluntary agreements would be assessed at this 6-year mark, and then the decision as to whether they continue or another action is taken would be made at the 8-year mark.
Got it. Okay. You also talked about the Tuolumne River is not included. Why is that?
Because the Tuolumne River voluntary agreement, it would involve changes to the Bay Delta plan that were adopted in 2018 for the lower San Joaquin River. Unlike all of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan would layer on top of the existing Bay Delta plan objectives, we wouldn't have to modify any of the existing objectives. You would just add the new narrative objectives and new program of implementation text to implement the voluntary agreements. The Tuolumne River voluntary agreement would require some modifications to the lower San Joaquin River flow updates to the Bay Delta plan that were adopted in 2018 to allow for that voluntary agreement to take place, because it doesn't fall within the flow ranges that were approved in 2018. That's one of the reasons it's going to require a different type of analysis than the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan. Also, the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta plan, the extent of the project is focused on the Sacramento Delta portions of the watershed and was not focused on the San Joaquin River portions of the watershed, so that it will require analyses that were not already part of that Sacramento Delta staff report, because again, that staff report had been under development since 2012. We received the voluntary agreements in 2022, so we already had much of the environmental document prepared by the time we got those voluntary agreements.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then there was another question that I had with regard to on the water quality planning factor, where it says climate change is a relevant factor that also merits consideration. So am I not understanding correctly? So the climate change is not a significant factor?
No. It's just not specifically identified in Water Code Section 13241. The other relevant factors that the board must take under consideration, it's water quality control planning considerations. the acknowledgement of climate change is just to acknowledge that is certainly rises to the level, if not overshadowing the level of those other factors that need to be considered. And so we do discuss that when discussing the other relevant factors that must be considered in the water quality control planning context.
Got it. Great. Thank you. And then with regard to the economically disadvantaged communities, that really caught my attention for a couple of reasons. In a previous life, that was one of the things that I did and worked on, was really helping to advocate and help people advocate on their own behalf, especially disadvantaged communities that didn't have familiarity with the English language or familiarity on how to address a water board or how to address a city council or a board of supervisor. So you said that there was in chapter 10, there's specifics on how the water board can supply technical expertise as well as financial assistance. Is that new, or has that always been the case?
The water boards have several funding programs, and so this compiles the information related to those funding programs so that it's easily accessible for disadvantaged communities, those funding programs that are related to the activities identified in the draft staff report, including, addressing well issues or water quality issues that may be exacerbated by water supply shortages that could result from the potential alternatives in the draft staff report.
Great, thank you. I know
Madam
there's-
Chair,
Yes,
if I can just
yes,
run
Councilmember Boyce,
briefly.
absolutely.
You mentioned in your opening remarks that Porter Cologne is kind of the overarching policy that requires water quality plan, the whole forming of the water quality plan, and plus the updates. And you mentioned also in the presentation that the importance of the updates relate to how there are constant changes and results. We get different results, including one of them that native species have undergone substantial population declines and that there are flow alterations. Some are man-made, some are natural. But in regards to, does the plan generally account for that in its goals to prevent the reduction of loss of native species, of ensuring that there's sufficient water, and just generally, when was the first of these plans established? I know Porter Cologne goes back to at least 1969, or when it was established, and there might have not been a plan immediately thereafter, maybe a few years after. How many have there been? And in accounting for how we have performed in terms of making these projections and looking to implement policies that protect our water supply and the native species and the users, are we able to pinpoint some of the shortfalls in our planning process and thereby make some corrections and improve the way we report? And is that considered when we do these reports going forward?
Yeah, and all of your questions do relate to one another, and I'll try to answer all of them by kind of going back that the first water quality control plans were different iterations going back to the 1978 Bay Delta Plan, and prior salinity control plans. And the genesis for those first water quality control planning efforts was in response to the development of the major water supply projects in the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. And those projects those plans were largely developed to ensure that there was adequate freshwater flow to the Delta, to prevent salinity intrusion, largely for the protection of agricultural and municipal uses out of the Delta, but also fish and wildlife uses. And at that time, the species of focus was striped bass. Things have obviously changed. We now have a focus on native fish and wildlife. So that's been the emphasis of a lot of the planning efforts up to the 1995 Bay Delta Plan, which was the last major comprehensive update to the Bay Delta Plan.
Since 1995?
That was the last comprehensive update to the Bay Delta Plan. We did update the Bay Delta Plan in 2018. That update to the Bay Delta Plan was in response to shortcomings that we saw in the 1995 Bay Delta Plan and the focus of the Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan, again, has largely been focused, and the implementation efforts have largely been focused on regulatory activities for the State and Central Valley project. And part of the reason for that is they're the largest water supply projects. They divert a significant amount of water. They're also one of the lowest priority water right holders in the watershed. So from the perspective that the lower in priority you are, those are the first that need to meet in-stream flow requirements. They've held a lot of those obligations. However, they don't operate the entire system. They don't control flows on all of the stream systems, including some of the very important salmon streams that support spring run and other runs of salmonids. So in recognition that in order to protect native fish species, you need continuity of flow from the tributaries through the Delta and out to the ocean. The board in the 2018 update to the Bay Delta Plan looked at in-stream flows on a tributary basis versus only focusing on Delta outflow as, or largely focusing on Delta outflow as the prior Bay Delta plans had. So we adopted in-stream flow requirements on the Merced, Tuolumne, and Stanislaus rivers, which are the salmon-bearing tributaries to the lower San Joaquin River, in order to protect salmon in those tributaries. Previously, the San Joaquin River flows in the Bay Delta Plan were only the obligation of the Bureau of Reclamation, and they operate on the Stanislaus River, which is the lowest down tributary. That's not going to provide the flow conditions to provide for protection of fish throughout the watershed. So that was the start of our effort to expand the scope of the Bay Delta Plan to provide for protection throughout the watershed. The Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan takes a similar approach, that we're looking to provide for in-stream flows and continuity of flows from the tributary through the Delta and out to the ocean. And so I think that's a significant evolution and learning process. The other is allowing for adaptive management. The existing Bay Delta Plan objectives are rigid requirements based on water year type. With climate change, we recognize that water year type based standards have some downfalls with them in terms of being responsive to climate change. So both the percent of unimpaired flow that naturally adapts within the month and the time scale that you're looking at those percents of unimpaired flow, which could be on a 7-day average, adapts to the changing hydrology and provides for a sharing of flows between the environment and human uses. The voluntary agreements similarly include adaptive measures that would allow for the flows to be shaped in response to actual, to test hypotheses and meet ecosystem needs. So again, that's another way, significant way in which we're looking at the planning process differently. There are quite a few others, but those are probably the most significant ways that we're looking to adjust the way that we do our planning in response to what we've learned over the history of the Bay Delta Plan.
Yeah. Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
In other words, we've been trying to figure out how to manage this with all these different needs and goals. And while we're still figuring out how to manage it, everything's changing. That's basically the bottom line.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I mean. The weather, the use. You know, we had the snowpack, which was a very dependable, you know, source, and that's gone away. So we are trying to manage something and meet everyone's needs and actually fix things that we broke in the past while everything's changing. And so I really tip my hat to you. It's a big thing. Is there other challenges that are going along with this that we should know about?
Yeah, I mean, it is a challenging process. It's a huge watershed. And there's a lot of complexity in that watershed. There is a need for a comprehensive approach to address these issues, particularly given, the other issue with the Bay Delta Plan is the flow requirements in the Bay Delta Plan existing flow requirements are far lower than the actual flows that you see today. So, looking at what's the appropriate mechanism to enhance in-stream flow conditions that are needed for fish and wildlife protection in a flexible way, in a manner that works cooperatively with the water user community and the environmental community and the tribal interests, all of which have different perspectives, and the disadvantaged communities, and there's disadvantaged communities that have different perspectives on these issues as well. So it's a very complicated set of circumstances, just given the scale and scope of the update to the Bay Delta Plan.
It's the other thing that I've noticed is that because we are getting different weather patterns and so different flow patterns, the way we release water and hold water and try to manage it that way, that also gets to be a part of this, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
thank you. I appreciate the presentation and all the hard work.
Diane, thank you so much for this wealth of information. But at the end of the day, I think it's what you just said, Councilmember Burgess. It's really about adapting and adaptive management. And this is going to continue to be a cycle of learning, right? As we continue to move along and recognize all of the different changes, if you will, that are coming. This is very comprehensive, very complex. And so I think it was Councilmember Boyce who was talking about 1995 was the last comprehensive plan that was put in place. So this is quite a few years later. And I don't see that the job has gotten any easier. It's getting a lot harder. So again, thank you so much. I know Jeff and JP, you have
Yeah, I
some
think
additional
Jeff is
comments.
going to briefly wrap us up here.
Sure, and I'll be very brief. Like to just briefly highlight why the Bay Delta Plan update is a critical item for the council. The update itself, it's not a covered action, and it doesn't require certification of consistency with the Delta Plan because it's a regulatory action of a state agency, and that's one of the exemptions that's created in the Reform Act. However, the flow objectives that are part of the proposed plan amendments and the in-delta restoration projects that would be part of the voluntary agreements are critical policies of concern for the council. One of our Delta Plan policies, ERP1, requires that the Bay Delta Plan's flow objectives be used to determine consistency with the Delta Plan for covered actions that could significantly affect flow in the Delta. Today, we currently look to what's known as Water Board Decision 1641 as a basis for that evaluation. If the proposed Bay Delta Plan amendments result in revised flow standards, those standards would then be used to determine consistency with the Delta Plan. In a similar way, restoration projects in the Delta that are identified as part of the voluntary agreements would be potential covered actions that would be required to demonstrate consistency with the Delta Plan, including potentially the applicable Bay Delta Plan flow objectives. The council has a keen interest as well in a number of matters concerning the science underlying the Bay Delta Plan update, particularly around monitoring, governance, adaptive management, and peer review. And we understand that many of the details concerning those items have yet to be determined by the Water Board in its regulatory process once the board identifies its desired policy approach. And just wanted to let the council members know that staff is reviewing the draft staff report, and we do plan to submit a letter with comments concerning these matters by the deadline. And we very much look forward to additional coordination and next steps in the process. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for taking time out of what I know is a very busy period, Diane. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So for the rest of today's agenda, we'll hear our final sniff lead scientist report from Dr. Laurel Larson, followed by presentations from DWR on a regional water quality strategy for the South Delta, and an update on the Delta Conveyance Project. And then to close, staff from Metropolitan Water District will join DWR representatives to talk about efforts to reduce reliance on the Delta and how they are planning to document those efforts as part of urban and ag water management plans. And with that, I conclude my report. Thank you.
Great, you very much appreciate your comments and report. Is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Great. Okay, we will now move on to item 7, our lead scientist report. Dr. Laura Larson.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. At the end of the month, the Delta Science Program is getting ready to co-host the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team meeting. And in line with that theme, the article spotlight that I have for you today is focused on the most invasive marsh plant species in our estuary, Phragmites australis, or the common reed. And if I could get the visual graphic up for this item, that would be great. So this is a plant species that is native to Europe, but is a rampant invader in marshes across the US. I'm not sure this is the right slide yet. There we go. In the Sassoon Marsh, it's particularly problematic as its rapid expansion has threatened biodiversity and the quality of habitat for fish and wildlife. In Sassoon Marsh, the invasion of Phragmites is also a very interesting social ecological issue, mostly because of the patchwork of land ownership in Sassoon Marsh among duck clubs, other private owners, and public entities. And it's also a patchwork in terms of having marshland that's open to tidal exchange, as well as marshland surrounded by levees with controlled inflow. And this is important because herbicides are restricted in the stands that are open to tidal exchange because of the possibility of dispersal further into the estuary and threatening the possibility of threatening endangered species habitat. So the Sassoon Resource Conservation District has led a program that incentivizes individual landowners to treat stands of Phragmites with herbicide where they can, but there's little data to show whether or not that program has been effective. Now, one of the large awards for social ecological research that the council made under its 2021 proposal solicitation was to a research team led by John Takakawa of the Sassoon Resource Conservation District. His team is using a participatory collective approach to studying the social and ecological dimensions of Phragmites invasion and management in the Sassoon Marsh. They're going to be establishing and evaluating an integrated management approach for control, also implementing a monitoring program, assessing landowner perceptions and their ability to engage in different types of collective action for controlling Phragmites, soliciting their technical input, and ultimately developing a regional coordination plan. So this paper that I'm spotlighting today is the first paper to be published that comes out of that project. And it addresses the challenge that it can be very difficult to respond effectively to Phragmites spread in a timely manner because there's just not a lot of data on where Phragmites is, how quickly it is spreading and has spread, and whether the rate of spread in particular locations might be linked to management strategies that are being applied in those locations. Currently, the way this works is that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife publishes vegetation maps for the Sassoon Marsh every 3 years. And these are maps that are meticulously developed by experts. They take a lot of time to put together, and they depict the distribution of vegetation over the previous 3 years. The advance that the research team made in this paper was to take publicly available aerial photography collected by the US Department of Agriculture and use artificial intelligence to train the computer to recognize patches of Phragmites from that aerial imagery. The aerial photographs are available every 2 years, so the frequency is slightly better than the previous vegetation mapping, but even more importantly, these maps can be generated almost instantly as soon as that photograph is available. The research team found that the strategy can identify Phragmites patches at 90% accuracy, which is comparable to the expert-derived vegetation maps. So when the research team applied their mapping technique to the record of available photographs, they found that Phragmites has been expanding in Sassoon more rapidly than has been reported anywhere else in the world. And so they suggested that some of the characteristics that are unique to Sassoon might make it particularly good habitat for Phragmites to outcompete other species. And this includes frequent drought when its expansion really seems to take off. However, the story here is not all bad. They were also able to see that Phragmites abundance has decreased in some areas within Sassoon, particularly the impounded managed wetlands, where it is likely that treatment has taken place, even though they don't have specific historical data on where that treatment was. But that is some of the monitoring that will take place as part of this project. So I expect that going forward, the team will be able to combine this aerial photography approach for monitoring with the information that they'll be collecting in order to assess the effectiveness of treatment. The other thing that the team learned from their analysis is that the proximity of a land parcel to other parcels that already have Phragmites makes that parcel highly likely to become invaded in the future, whether or not there's a levee separating the two parcels. This high propensity for spread underscores the fact that it's very important to coordinate control efforts regionally. And I, for one, will be staying tuned to see what progress the team is able to make in their goal to promote this regional coordination. Any questions about that article spotlight? Go ahead, Diane.
Is it spread on land or through the air? How is it spreading?
Both. So it can spread by sending out runners underground,
Okay.
but it can also spread through the air by wind blowing seeds.
And is that an area that also, is that a plant that oh gosh, why can't I think, the critters that we don't like?
Nutria.
Are nutria attracted to them?
You know, nutria are really a problem for chewing up native vegetation. I don't think they're terribly selective in what they eat.
Because I know there's been, in that area, there's been more nutria activity. So I was just curious to see if that was connected.
Yeah, I don't know specifically, but my understanding is that nutria are pretty omnivorous.
Okay. Thank you, Laurel.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Way, so yes.
Does this plant provide any benefits, habitat, or any kind of
No.
water filtering or?
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't provide habitat, the type of habitat that native vegetation does. It has very little known ecological benefit. You know, all marsh plants do contribute to organic sediment production and carbon sequestration, but Phragmites really is viewed as quite problematic ecologically.
And drought really contributes to the growth.
That's right.
Okay.
Good questions. Okay, well, I'm going to move on. So I mentioned one important upcoming activity, which is the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team meeting. That's going to take place on my very last day as lead scientist, November 30th. And this is a symposium that this year has the theme of making connections, understanding connectivity in a degraded estuary. So we usually think of connectivity as a good thing ecologically, but it can also be a very bad thing, particularly in the case of Phragmites, because if you have these parcels of land that are connected, well connected, that can facilitate the spread of some invasive species. But the emphasis here with the focus on connectivity is really on making social, ecological, and decision-making connections as well, in order to increase the effectiveness and reduce barriers to the control and management of invasive species. So the role of ecological connectivity, which I just mentioned, is a major theme in the study of biological invasions generally. It's particularly relevant in the Delta, which connects uplands to the estuary, species and nutrients among ecosystems, and water to people. And so this symposium will seek to explore how we can harvest connections among habitats, landscapes, agencies, researchers, and local communities to prevent, detect, manage, and control invasive species. The meeting is a hybrid meeting. The physical location is going to be here at the CNRA headquarters. And there's also a virtual sign up, which is currently available still. The specific goals for the symposium are to strengthen the science to management interface among decision makers, practitioners, community members, and scientists, to highlight the role of connectivity when controlling and managing invasive species in estuaries, both in the Delta and other systems, and then finally to explore opportunities to connect the public to the process of controlling and managing invasive species. And of course, that's really important in Sassoon Marsh, where there is this patchwork of land ownership and public engagement. So that was on November 30th. There's actually one important event to put on your radar for today, just to let you know that it's happening. I don't expect you'll be able to attend because it starts at noon, but at noon, I will actually be participating along with Carla Nemeth, the Director of California Department of Water Resources, and Joaquin Esquivel, the Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, on a panel that's being hosted by the California Water Data Consortium. It's part of their Data for Lunch panel. And the theme of this panel is the implementation of AB 1755, the Open and Transparent Water Data Act. And I'll just say that the council played a main role in the impetus behind this act. The Delta Science Program put on an environmental data summit in 2014, which recognized that data sources are growing in number, size, and complexity, and yet our ability to manage and analyze such data in service of effective decision-making lags far behind the demonstrated needs. And I think we saw an example of that today in the cross-cut budget, where there is about $5 million allocated for synthesis compared to $50 million for core monitoring, plus another $28 million for status and trends monitoring. And so there's definitely a discrepancy there. That summit was followed up by production and publication of a white paper in 2015, which was titled Enhancing the Vision for Managing California's Environmental Information. And that white paper itself was instrumental in the development of the Open and Transparent Water Data Act. And so it's an honor to be representing the council at this panel discussion, which is being hosted by the Executive Officer of Metropolitan Water District. And I'm really looking forward to seeing where the conversation goes. And I personally see some opportunities here to really connect this issue of open water data to the needs that we have for doing things with that data, for accomplishing synthesis through, for example, integrated modeling. And perhaps that's a future direction for subsequent legislation. So I think this is a really great opportunity, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Then some other activities on the horizon. On December 6th, the ISB is holding its next seminar in its Decision Making Under Deep Uncertainty seminar series. And this is a seminar that has a theme of dynamic adaptive planning. It will feature 3 speakers from the Netherlands. And these 3 speakers are all from the institution Delta Res, but one of them is also from the University of Utrecht. So the speakers are Marjolein Hasnoot, Karen Bolter, and Catherine Roscoe. So I'm very much looking forward to that seminar. And again, registration link is available on the council's website, and you'll be able to find a recording of that seminar on the Delta Stewardship Council's YouTube page in the future. And then the other important upcoming date that we finally have nailed down is the date for the second workshop in the Salinity Management Workshop Series, which will take place on March 26th through 27th. So we're excited to have that date nailed down, and some of the focuses of that workshop are going to be on the human dimensions of salinity management. We'll be co-producing a conceptual model of the impacts of different salinity management actions within the Delta. We'll be hearing from a research team that's been conducting interviews on different communities' perceptions of salinity management and their impacts. And then on the second day, we'll be focusing on some of the results from new modeling tools that council funding has been sponsoring the development of, and what we're learning from those new modeling tools in terms of what we might expect salinity distributions to be during future drought conditions under a limited subset of scenarios, including one that's very much like the Delta Adapts restoration scenario. We'll also be hearing from the audience on how the visualization of those results resonates with them, what additional metrics they might like to see in terms of analyzing these trade-offs, and what they perceive as some of the gaps. So we anticipate that this workshop is going to be incredibly useful for staging the next steps in a collaborative, adaptive participatory scenario planning process that will be taking place through externally funded research. And the council is going to be producing a white paper that summarizes some of the research, science, and modeling gaps that we learned about from this workshop series, as well as produces recommendations for scenarios that diverse communities would like to see run, and how they would like those results to be communicated. Then I have just some quick report outs from previous workshops that have recently taken place. You might have heard that on November 8th and 9th, the Delta Independent Science Board hosted a workshop to evaluate the degree to which inclusion of food web interactions across different levels of the food chain could benefit and facilitate ecosystem management. And one of the questions they looked at was whether the available data and science can support the development of tools such as food web models and forecasting capabilities. It included presentations from scientists, managers, and stakeholders with a lot of diverse experience in food web dynamics, including places elsewhere in the continent, such as Alaska. So it was very helpful to learn from experiences elsewhere. And one of the things that I particularly appreciated was hearing from Zachary Emerson from the United Auburn Indian community on several panels. And we learned about how United Auburn and Shingle Springs are really interested in establishing an indigenous ecology lab in the Delta and getting involved in some of this research. And we also learned about the Coyote Crew that they have formed, which is an intertribal ecocultural ecosystem revitalization crew, which is promoting indigenous burning to achieve multiple objectives, including improvement of food web dynamics. So that was really interesting and really just underscored this growing emphasis that we have in the science program and in the council to learn from indigenous communities and really include them in our planning and learning processes. You heard about the Tidal Wetland Restoration Symposium from Chair Medueno a little bit earlier, which of course took place on November 1st. So I'm not going to say too much more on that beyond the fact that it did feature a panel on adaptive management led by Delta Science Environmental Program Manager Dylan Chappell. And there is a recording of the symposium that is available, and the link to that is in your packet. And then finally, my last announcement is that we released the fall edition of our Delta Breeze newsletter, which is a publication that comes out about 2 times per year and highlights Delta Science funding efforts and some of the findings that come out of Delta Science funding. So the newsletter is now available on the council's webpage. And as I discussed in last month's lead scientist report, the theme of that newsletter is open science, or in other words, this global movement to make scientific research processes and products accessible to all. So I encourage you to follow up and take a look at that newsletter. It is beautifully done. And I'm really excited that we just got it out. So then finally, in terms of by the numbers, there haven't been too many changes in terms of the statistics from last month. The rainy season is still off to a slow start for us here in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River system. The Northern Sierra has received about 33% of the precipitation that's typical for this time of year. Again, the water year is still fairly early. And in California, we kind of see this bimodality in terms of when the rainy season, when the onset of the rainy season occurs, where it either tends to start pretty early on or several months after that. I'm a little surprised personally that we're not closer to average, given that this was projected to, or given that we are in an El Nino year, and that's typically associated with lots of atmospheric rivers coming to California and wet conditions, but I think it underscores that we still have a lot to learn about this El Nino, La Nina dynamic and how it impacts us locally in California. But anyway, Central Sierra is at just 22% of its precipitation to date. The reservoirs are still in reasonably good condition given the wet season that we had last year. So Oroville, they're all at about 130%. Oroville's at 133. San Luis 129, and Shasta at 128. I will note that if you look at the water temperature statistics, they're all just a few degrees warmer than historically for this time of year. And I think we've all noted that November has been quite pleasant so far, quite warm. But that is having an impact on water temperatures. Then the Sacramento River is flowing at about 75% of the 20-year flow average. San Joaquin River is still pretty typical at 104%. And again, that river system is really benefiting from the tremendous amount of water that was received within that basin last year. And then currently exports through the Central Valley Project and State Water Project are about 85% of what's typical. So with that, I will conclude my report and see if there are any questions or comments.
Questions or comments? As usual, or Councilmember Burgess.
Well, this is more of a observation. I just, Laurel, you bring such joy to what you do. And by doing it the way you do it, you make it very relevant to lots of people. And you promote curiosity. You give a lot of information, but you make people want to go explore it some more. And I think that's really particularly important in the job that you have right now, this minute. And you've also done it in a way that connects it to the people, bringing in that social science aspect, because I think that's been disconnected for a long time. And now you've been very important in helping bring that together. And I wish you were sticking around, because I'd offer to be a bonus grandma to the little person that you brought to a meeting the other day. You're an amazing scientist and someone that's done a lot of really good work, but you've done it while you're an excellent mama too. So
Thank you. And just for those of you who are not at the DPIC meeting, my son was at the dinner the night before, and he just fell in love with Councilmember Burgess. He would ambush her for hugs throughout the whole night.
I understand Councilmember Lee, you have some comments, questions?
Hi, no, I just wanted to echo Councilmember Burgess's comments and thank Laurel so much for her service to the council, and especially her patient and unique way of being able to synthesize all of this complicated information and give it to the council members in a way that we can really understand it. It's a unique gift, and I just wish you all the best going forward, Laurel. I hope you do keep in touch with us.
Thank you so much. I will keep in touch.
Excellent. Well, Laurel, oh yes, Councilmember Zingali.
You all have said it so well. I just.
Oh, great. Here we go.
Thank you. You all have said it so well, I won't go on, but I'll just add quickly. One thing that's really remarkable about you, Dr. Larson, is you can be basically describing the end of the world and leave us feeling joyful. So that is really a talent.
Well, I hope I don't have to do that.
Keep spreading that truth and that joy.
Laurel, well, if you would join me up here, I would like to present you this certificate in recognition of your service as our Delta lead scientist. And it reads, Dr. Larson's vision, dedication, and passion for science-based decision-making will leave a lasting mark on the Delta Stewardship Council and the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. On behalf of this entire council, we want to thank you, acknowledge you, celebrate you, and wish you the very best in your next chapter, and hope that you will return as a consultant, as an advisor, but more importantly, as a friend and as what you are, a professional scientist. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for this wonderful opportunity. It has been truly life-changing and has impacted me in a very positive way. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Say that again? Oh, and so I'm sorry, before we take that break, is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Wonderful. Okay, let's take a, let's see, I'm going to try to be generous, actually. Let's get back here at 11:20. How about that?
That's good.
Okay, we're getting ready. I'd like to call the Delta Stewardship Council meeting back to order. We will now move on to item 8, and that is the California Department of Water Resources South Delta Regional Strategy. And for that, we have our Deputy Executive Officer, Mr. Jeff Henderson, who will introduce our distinguished panel. Hello.
Thank you, Chair Medueno. We're pleased today to welcome John Yarborough and Steve. We're pleased to welcome John Yarborough and Steve Rother to talk with the council today about DWR's proposed climate resiliency strategy for the South Delta. As you'll hear, the strategy consists of 3 projects that DWR is considering as connected or related efforts rather than as individual separate projects. These 3 projects would all be potential covered actions requiring certifications of consistency with the Delta Plan, and we look forward to learning more about them over the next few years. Also want to note we're pleased to highlight these as significant government investments in the South Delta, which, as we know, has generally seen less infrastructure investment than the North Delta historically. So with that introduction, I'd like to welcome John and Steve.
Well, thank you and good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, council members. And I believe we have some slides that we'll pull those up. And so I'm John Yarborough. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director for the State Water Project, and I'm here with my colleague Steve Rothert, who's our manager of our multi-benefit initiatives division. And thank you for giving us some time here to come in and talk about our South Delta climate resiliency strategy. And so if we could go to the next slide. And just a quick agenda for what we're wanting to cover today is first talk about the strategy, what's new. We've had projects here that have been ongoing for a while, so I want to talk about what's new with us thinking about these together in a more holistic way. And then second, talk about how we think this approach really aligns well with what the council's doing through Delta Adapts. And then wanted to get into just a little bit of detail of high-level overview of the 3 specific projects that make up the strategy. And on the agenda sheet here, we put up a map that shows where these projects are. And so specifically, we're talking the South Delta Permanent Gates project, some levee work at Mostel Tract, and then the Paradise Cut floodplain work and multi-benefit project there. And thought just looking at the map with the 3 projects, illustrates why it makes sense for us to really think of these projects together and advance them together in that way. So if we could go to the next slide. So, I don't need to go into just the awareness of the climate with climate change, with the extremes that we're seeing, how this is really exacerbating the stress in this part of the state, the Delta uniquely vulnerable to what we're expecting to see from continued change from climate change. And really we're expecting to see impacts in these 4 different areas here. So public safety through increased flood risk, local water quality, local water supply, ecosystem health, areas that all need work, need investment to help address these different issues there. And so what the department has is, while we've had activities, we've had these, in particular, specifically these 3 different efforts that we've been advancing, really think it makes sense to think about these together. And I think we're going to get a lot of benefits from thinking of these 3 different projects as part of a more coherent strategy. And so specifically, we think this is going to help us as we're doing our outreach, doing our external communication, instead of talking project by project, talking about how these fit into a bigger plan to address these needs that we see this part of the state having. We think we'll see benefits there. Really importantly, within DWR, just getting the alignment. These projects are all occurring in very different functional parts of the department. So the Delta Gates is within the water project, the Paradise Cut is in the multi-benefits division, and then the Mostel Tract is within our division of flood management. So organizationally, we have very different groups. And so putting these together, it really helps us internally to align around meeting these needs of the Delta. And additional benefit is, so, having a strategy, it really then sets us up where we can look at this part of the state. Here's the benefits these projects are providing as we're planning, looking, what are other unmet needs, helps us better identify what the next projects are that are going to be needed. And finally, we think by thinking about these together, we're going to get better projects. So by getting these very different parts of DWR working together, having the external communications a little more holistically, we think that's going to create opportunities to better align these projects. So we're going to get better end results. That's going to lead to a better ability to address these needs of this part of the Delta. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Steve to go into a little bit more detail on each of the 3 different projects.
Thanks, John. If you could move to the next slide, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to do this one too. So yeah, before I hand it over to my colleague, so really what we see this really aligning well with the Delta Adapts process. And this is a process that DWR has been very engaged in. We're very supportive. We see the strategy really being a way that's going to implement what we're trying to achieve through Delta Adapts. And the projects that we're talking about, they are very early in their process. And so we think that because they're so early, that really gives us an opportunity to let Delta Adapts, as that gets finalized, inform the details of these projects, but really see a great way for alignment here, see these projects as a way we're going to help implement Delta Adapts. And I believe now I will hand it over to Steve.
I think that's right. If you could, there, good. So as John mentioned, we are today focusing on the 3 projects that are shown there on the slide, the Mossdale Tract project, Paradise Cut, and the South Delta Gates. But the department with partners is engaged in implementing other projects in the region, in the Stockton area in particular, the Smith Canal Gates and the Lower San Joaquin project, which are significant projects with hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. And then going upstream to the south of these projects, there are multiple other multi-benefit projects that DWR is supporting and partnering on with local interests. So it's not just these 3 projects that we've got going on in the San Joaquin, but the strategy focuses on these 3, which are intended to provide flood risk reduction, improved water supply reliability and water quality, and also opportunities for habitat restoration and ecosystem function to benefit the communities and the farms in this area in particular. The Mossdale Tract and Paradise Cut, you can see, are across the river from each other, and so we will be integrating the development of those projects quite closely, and they are 2 key projects that are identified and prioritized in the in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. And the South Delta Gates project is designed to improve flexibility and efficiency or effectiveness of water management, water levels and salinity and water quality in that area of the Delta. So if we could go to the next one. The Mossdale project we'll start with, and this is a picture looking upstream, so south, north. So we've got River Islands project on the left side, and then the Mossdale Tract RD17 on the right side. And the project here, again, is to reduce flood risk for the 45,000 or so residents in this part of the area, and achieve the state required 200-year flood risk, flood protection, and restore habitat. And so DWR is engaged with SAJAFCA, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, and the Army Corps of Engineers on this project. And just one thing to note that it's these communities on the right side of the river there in this Mossdale area are considered some of the most vulnerable communities in the Central Valley to flooding. So this is a really high priority for the department. And our partner Sajafka has been leading naturally the outreach and communications with the communities and local interests in this project, and we've been supporting him in that effort. And another important thing to note is that the Army Corps of Engineers is one of the project partners, of course, and their policy is to not incorporate climate change in their inland project design and development. But DWR, in working with Sajafka, has developed climate change projections for this project and will work to ensure that whatever project is constructed along this stretch of the river will be able to accommodate climate change in the future without having to acquire more real estate. So build a footprint that would accommodate climate change increased flows down the road.
Steve, could you do me a favor and could you define the acronym for SAVJACA? Because I actually met with them. I was like, what does that stand for again?
It's the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't do that before. Next slide. So this Mosdale project has three components to it. One that is underway right now, the levee seepage repair project, along a number of miles of that stretch of levee along the San Joaquin there, and that should be completed by the end of 2023, and that will provide 100-year flood protection. And then last year, DWR and Sajafka and other partners completed a feasibility study to identify elements to achieve the 200-year flood protection for that area and identify opportunities for habitat restoration. And that study is then feeding into the third part of the effort, which is the Army Corps' feasibility study process, which is just underway now and will take a couple more years yet to identify and evaluate the alternatives to achieve that 200-year protection there. And again, we will be really pushing hard to get the Corps to accommodate a footprint and levee design that would account for climate change and enable us to raise the levee if necessary down the road. So that's Mosdale. If you could go to the next slide, please. So the Paradise Cut bypass expansion and channel restoration project, it's quite a mouthful, but it's a large, complicated project, and the title sort of signals that we're really trying to incorporate the interests of the local residents and farmers and reclamation district to both improve the flood protection by expanding the bypass, and also work to restore some of the channel capacity of the channels downstream of the Paradise Cut project. And through the project, the project will provide significant risk reduction for the cities in this area, Stockton, Manteca, Lathrop, and the farms in the area, and also provide riparian and floodplain habitat for at-risk native species, including juvenile salmon. And through the channel restoration project component of the project, the agricultural water supply reliability is expected to improve. And again, we're working with the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, as well as the South Delta Water Agency and other local interests and I would say the South Delta Water Agency and the NGOs working with them over the last 3 years with funding from the Delta Conservancy did a tremendous amount of work trying to bring together the RDs and landowners and other interests in this area to reach consensus on a general approach to the project, which is really allowing this to go forward in an effective way and with a lot of buy-in from the local interests. So we're really happy with the work that's been done to date and looking forward to building on that work. So next slide. And so that work that we're starting now is with Sajafka leading a feasibility study with DWR funding that will look at alternatives for the project, and we'll expect to complete it in 2025. And And we have an additional $10 million in hand right now to conduct the work that would follow from this feasibility study, which would get into the CEQA environmental review process and additional design work headed towards being able to permit it and bid it out to construction. Let's see. I think that's all I wanted to say about that. So let's move on to the South Delta Gates, which is a project to replace the process that DWR has been undertaking for the last 30 years or so by building temporary barriers in 3 locations in the South Delta. So installing these rock barriers and then removing them every year with permanent operable gates to improve the water management flexibility and effectiveness, to improve the outcomes of these gates for water quality and fish passage and other benefits. And it will also help the agricultural community by improving water quality and salinity in the area through improved circulation and dissolved oxygen and other parameters. And so we're working with the Bureau of Reclamation on this project to, if you could go to the next slide, to install or design the project to install the permanent gates in the Middle River, Grant Line Canal, and Old River. And so the intent of the project is to, as I mentioned before, improve water supply reliability and water quality, and reduce harmful algal blooms, as well as improving the fish passage through those barriers. And we're working with the Corps, the Bureau of Reclamation, and then the South Delta Water Agency. And last year we started preliminary outreach to some of the fish agencies and other interests, and we will be building on that and working with the Bureau to reach an agreement on cost sharing next year in 2024 and build on the outreach and planning efforts that we've done to date. And let's see. So I think that's what I wanted to say on this slide. If you could just go to the next one, which is the last, and shows the approximate location and artists' renditions of what these barriers might look like. So you can see one there on the Middle River, and then Grant Line Canal, and then the Old River down in the lower part of the image there. Yeah, so I think that's what we'll end with here, and I'll hand it back to John to provide some more comments.
Yeah, so we have our next slide, I think almost last slide. And so really how we would like to work together with the council moving forward is just engaging early and having the continual interaction, and I think that'll be helpful to get the feedback on the projects as they're moving forward. Also just on this concept of thinking about them together. So I think that's important. And then additionally, it's the alignment on really making sure that this is supportive of and helping implement the Delta adapts. So I think that's our last slide and concludes our presentation, but definitely happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Excellent, thank you. I know we start questions with, we'll start with Councilmember Moranian.
I have 2 questions. One is the process of selection of these projects, timing, and how do you prioritize? And I'm sure that it's a consensus and it's a collaborative process, the community, the other agencies. And then is there a short list and then you pick from it? Just if you can shed some light on that.
Yeah.
And then my next question is the funding.
So for as far as the timing, so each of these, we really see each of these projects of moving forward. Now they're still early, still need to go through CEQA, so there's still the process of looking at alternatives and coming up with the preferred one, selecting it. So we're describing what we really see as the need and the concept that we want to advance. We'd see all 3 of these really providing needed benefits. So we wouldn't see ourselves having to pick between one of the 3. It's really moving all 3 of them forward. And then as far as the timing, then really each project's going to have its own schedule as it's working through its process. So so each one, yeah. So there's not really we don't.
There's no selection process.
There's no selection process.
So these all come in front of you somehow, you know, the community, the agencies, everybody brings this up. And you look at them and you carry all three, and then there's a timing of which one goes first.
Well, I would add to what John said that at least with respect to the flood projects, the Mossdale project and the Paradise Cut project, these two projects were identified over a decade ago when the state started developing the Central Valley Flood Protection Plans and identifying at-risk areas and priority projects to address those high-risk areas. And those projects have been were identified in the first round, the first version, if you will, of the Flood Protection Plan, and we've been working to advance them since then. And I think with the Paradise Cut project in particular, it's taken some time to get to this point of having a contract with SJAFCA to really do a formal feasibility study, because it's just a very complex landscape in that area, and it's just taken a while to get to that place.
I just reached out to you know, my colleague Councilman Burgess to ask if how involved the community, the different parts have been in this selection process, because it's important, right? I mean, what I think, what you think, what the community thinks, and how it comes together, and then also the funding. If you could talk about the funding of it.
Sure. I'll just say for the flood projects, the flood protection plan is updated every 5 years, and so we just completed a 2022 update a little less than a year ago. And for each of those 5-year updates, there's quite a lot of local contribution to the prioritization, identification, and prioritization of projects. There are RFMPs, Regional Flood Management Plan groups. There's a Lower San Joaquin and Mid San Joaquin and Upper San Joaquin groups that are made up of the landowners and other interests in those regions that identify project lists and prioritize those and submit those to DWR for consideration as priority projects. So there's quite a lot of yeah. And then as far as funding goes, once we have identified those priority projects that are also feasible. So there's an opportunistic element that goes into it, that some projects are more complicated than others and require more runway, if you will, to get them to a point where you can take off with them. And so Paradise Cut project is one of those projects that took a while to get to where we are now. But we've been trying to secure funding for it for a number of years. And now we have a good start for that project, a $3 million contract with SJAFCA, and another $10 million to do the further design and sequence permitting. And so that's...
Depends on where the project is and what are the agencies that can come in.
Yes, yeah, in many cases, yes. Yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
Good afternoon. Steve and I worked on restoration projects back in my creek days.
Yeah.
We worked on the Creekside Park in Oakley, and then you were on the Three Creeks project too, correct?
That's right. Yep.
So looking at these projects, you know, I know that there's got to be multiple benefits. It helps for getting everybody on board. So, you know, I see habitat restoration, and I see salinity, improved dissolved oxygen, you know, probably preventing algae blooms and all of that. But the question I have is, when we did our projects, the nice thing was that by creating these 2-stage channels, and I know this isn't the same thing, but bear with me. The nice thing was we were creating habitat, we were improving water quality, but we are also increasing the capacity of the channel. And so my question is what is the priority of these projects? Are they mostly habitat? Are they mostly improving capacity? You know, is it, you know, decreasing salinity? You know, what is kind of the priorities of these things?
It's a good question. For the Mossdale project and Paradise Cut project, the priority is flood risk reduction. For the Delta gates, it's water quality and water supply management for for the growers and other folks in those areas. And so, as you probably know, the San Joaquin was flowing really high for weeks on end this spring and early summer, and there were, I think, for a number of weeks, there were portions of the San Joaquin that were within a foot of overtopping, and so those two projects should provide much needed protection for those big flow events.
So to increase the capacity of the channel,
exactly.
or
Well,
the
so,
river or whatever.
right, so the Paradise Cut bypass you saw, and maybe we could follow up with more detail. I'd be happy to do that. But right now the bypass is a relatively small channel, and we will be expanding it with this project significantly to take quite a bit more flow off of the main stem of the San Joaquin and into the bypass, thereby lowering the water level in the main stem by, I think, a foot or more in some locations that will benefit all the way downstream to San Joaquin, to Stockton, and upstream as well.
So this is to increase the capacity due to climate.
That's right. With the climate change, we have seen and will see increasingly high flows through these atmospheric river events and rain on snow events. And the modeling that the department has done for the flood protection plan indicates that the San Joaquin in particular will see dramatically increased flows. You know, the 100-year event is expected to potentially double in magnitude, and so that's a substantial risk that we need to address.
Right, and then with Delta Adapts and the science that you're using to apply to all of this, is it all agreeing? Is it all lining up together?
You know, I believe so, to the extent that I'm aware and familiar with the science that's underpinning the Delta Adapts. I think certainly all of the science and the modeling is consistent in the direction. The magnitudes might, and the timing of the changes coming might differ somewhat, but there is no disagreement that the Delta and this part of the Delta, has a lot of risk.
We're talking about my issues with atmospheric rivers, so I appreciate it. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
So if there's no other, I'm going to chime in. Okay. So John, good to meet you. And the reason why I'm saying this is because you're the second John Yarborough I know. The other one is the general manager of a very large winery. So wow. I saw your name and I thought, wow, I wonder if that's my friend John. Well, John, you're going to be my new friend. A couple things. So, and this is my neck of the world where I live. So Mossdale Tract has always been, top of mind because of obviously the flooding that continues and has been continued for years. The part that I can't wrap my arms around is there continues to be more and more housing that goes around Mossdale Tract, and it just blows my mind. The second, you have an image on one of your slides, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the rail that crosses over, and that's the train I take pretty regularly. And so I'm wondering, how is your work? How are you interacting, if you will, with the rail authority, because they are proposing some expansion in passenger rail, and obviously that's a big factor. So that's one. The second part is my other very good friend now, John Yarborough from USGS. He doesn't know that we're really good friends, but I'm going to say that we're really good friends. So in our last tour with USGS, John has and continues to be pretty passionate about some of the areas, specifically on, increased, I guess, attention to title and how that impacts. But I understand that they just launched modeling to start really considering a new reconfiguration of Frank's Track. And, you know, Frank's Track is always top of mind when we go out on some of these boat tours with USGS. And Frank's Track is really kind of the nexus for how to improve the South Delta water quality and habitat conditions for migrating salmon. And so I want to know, how are you interacting with USGS, because you're also addressing some of those same factors in what you just presented?
Well, thank you for the question. So I guess a couple of comments, and these probably won't be straight on answers to your questions, because the first one on just how we're interacting with the rail authority. So our role here really is supporting more than what the SJAFCA that's really advancing the project. So, you know, we'd see that interaction really a lot of ways occurring there, but at the same time, that's definitely one I want to take back, and we can get an answer to you that's more direct than what I just gave right there. And then similarly with Frank's Track, I think what I'm prepared to talk about here is really that we're packaging these three different activities together, and we think that, you know, really helps us look a little more holistically. And so since we're looking at these three together, I think that makes it easier for us to then look at how do these three interact with other projects like Frank's Track. There's lots of different activities in the Delta, and we started with these three because they're very co-located. They seem to have a lot of overlapping benefits, and there seems to be, it makes a lot of sense to think about them together. But again, there's lots of things going on in the Delta, and we'd like to see if we can get a little bit see how this works with thinking about three together, see how this works as we do outreach. And if it's successful, we really would expect then that we're going to start bringing in these other activities into the strategy. So that's also not a real direct answer to your question, but that's sort of where we're at, being early in the process.
No, I appreciate that. And if you have more detail and want to get back to me, that's perfectly fine. I can tell you that I went out on the Paradise Cut event, and I'm going to say it's been a few months, but from what I'm gathering, even from some of the local electeds that I've met with, most recently, Paradise Cut seems to be getting a lot of traction in terms of support. So that's good.
Yeah.
And the other part with regard to the temporary gates that you're looking at, it seems to me that we should have been looking at other alternatives, because the rock barriers, from what I'm being told from even some of our tribal liaisons, was not really the best fit, because there's long-term impacts with the rock barriers being put in. And so question on these operable gates, how is that going to differentiate from the temporary rock barrier?
So and I guess first should make sure that we're differentiating between, there's like the drought emergency rock barriers,
Correct.
so separate barriers. So these rock barriers, we see the benefit being is right now it's all of the work to put the rock barriers in, to put them out, and the rock barrier, you're limited in your ability to use those to manage really anything. It's, you put a bunch of rocks in and then you take it out. So the gate's giving you something more operations. We can fine tune how they're operating. Instead of opening or closing, instead of it taking a month to put in a bunch of rocks, we can do that within hours to a day. So we think that fine tune controlling, just, that's where we see a lot of the benefits. But again, the project, again, early in the process. And so, interacting with the different agencies to understand specific concerns and then incorporating that into the design is how we see moving forward.
Makes sense. I know, Jessica, you had
comments. Thank you. I know since we've been tracking Paradise Cut for a long time here at the council, and it's actually featured in the Delta Plan. We have a performance measure on it, recommendation on it, and we've heard over the years quite a bit, particularly from John Kane, but others. And easements have long been an obstacle to achieving outcomes there. Are there any updates on that?
Easements have been a challenge. I believe there is a legal solution to one of the easement challenges of overlapping and precedents and that sort of thing. For one particular or a couple of parcels of land. I think we're still in early days, though, in designing the project, and there haven't been that many additional conversations with landowners yet about easements. And I think that will probably come, several years from now, well, after we've got a real preferred project and we're moving forward with permits and things. That's a good question.
And just generally, how would the size of an envisioned Paradise Cut compare to the YOLO bypass, for example?
Gosh,
just
that's
so
a
we
good
can wrap our
question.
mind around it.
So I think it would be much smaller. YOLO bypass is, I think, 50 miles long, 45 miles long, and a mile or so wide. I think we're probably on the order of, 1/10 of that. That's just a guess, though. So order of magnitude less, smaller. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the information. Great presentation, and look forward to hearing some updates.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Great. Okay, we will now move on to item 9, and that is the Department of Water Resources Delta Conveyance Update. And for that, again, we have Jeff Henderson, who will be introducing our panel.
Thank you, me again. We are pleased to welcome back Carrie Buckman from DWR to provide an update on the Delta Conveyance Project, which, as you know, is a potential covered action. Today, Carrie's going to highlight DWR's progress toward completing a final EIR for the project, upcoming permitting activities, and the proposed community benefits program. Welcome, Carrie.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Chair Madueño and members of the council for having me. I'm happy to be back for an update. As you know, we have a big milestone coming up with the release of the final EIR, so we're going to give a quick update on where we are and what's coming next. Next slide, please. One more. So we are on track to finalize the EIR at the end of this year. So after we finalize the EIR, we will then be making a decision on whether the proposed project should move forward or an alternative or no project. And that decision, so we'll finish the EIR, then certify the EIR, and then release decision documents. The Corps is working on their environmental impact statement under NEPA. That is trailing the EIR, so we expect that more around mid-2024. Next slide, please. So this is a pretty major milestone, as I mentioned, and we're looking forward to this milestone. But as we're sort of, I'd say, wrapping up those processes, we are starting to focus on the permitting next steps if the project does move forward. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about upcoming activities on the other permitting fronts. So we are working on the state and federal Endangered Species Acts. So we're working now to initiate formal consultation. We have been informally consulting for some time, but we are proceeding with the Endangered Species Act consultation processes. One of the next steps that we have is the change in point of diversion for our water rights. And so to initiate that process, we'll be submitting a petition to request a change in point of diversion. And we're anticipating submitting that petition around the end of this year or early next year. That does not need to wait until CEQA is complete. So it could be before or after. We're still trying to work out that timing, but just to let you know that it is coming up. At that point, there will be a sufficiency review. If the board determines it's complete, then there will be a 60 to 90 day protest period. Usually 60 days is required. So that process, as you know, will take some time, and then from there we will also move into Delta Plan consistency. So we'll be here, but that is still probably almost 2 years down the road, I'd say. So we're still working on our schedule. We don't have that finalized, but roughly I'd say mid-2025 is the earliest that we're looking at. The National Historic Preservation Act, Clean Water Act, and Rivers and Harbor Act are other efforts that we will be working on as we proceed with this process, as well as the Lake and Streambed Alteration Agreement. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I know that you all have been interested in is something that we're focusing on next year as we wrap up this milestone around the EIR is moving the community benefits program forward in meaningful ways. So when we published the draft EIR, we did include a framework for the community benefits program based on our early discussions with the communities. But I'd say that when we talked to the communities, we got a lot of input about the kinds of things, the kinds of projects and programs that would be helpful to them. But I'd say less about the logistics of running a community benefits program. And I think part of that is that people have a harder time sort of envisioning this program and how it would work without something to respond to. So what we're doing early this coming year is that we've taken the input that we have received so far, although we do acknowledge that it is limited on this front. And we put together a discussion draft of a document that we're calling an implementation plan and guidelines. And so this is not something that we are attached to. We really just want something that people can respond to and think about, like sort of trigger these discussions and help people really think about some of these details that we need to iron out. So the things that are really focused here is that we have updated and revised descriptions for the 4 program elements, and they are the Delta Fund, which is the grant fund program, economic development, which includes things like job training, local hiring targets, integrated benefits, which we also sometimes call leave behinds. So things like we have a park and ride. If the community would like us to leave that, then we can work on that kind of arrangement instead of removing it when we're done with construction. And community benefits agreements, where we work with a specific community entity to create an agreement to implement a project. So those 4 pieces are further defined. And then the other thing that we've worked on is trying to outline more details around a Delta Fund. Having a grant fund program requires a lot of details about how to administer that program, how to determine if a project is eligible, how to prioritize projects, the screening criteria, scoring, distribution process, publicity, and oversight. So we've developed some draft ideas, and we really are trying to use this as a way to solicit discussion. So that's what's coming next year. So we'll be working to have in-person and online workshops next year. I will say the timing of this is still pretty tentative. It might move a little bit next year depending on what else is going on, but we're planning on doing this early next year. So we're going to discuss the draft plan and guidelines and ask to discuss those with the community so that we can gain more insights. So solicit input to further refine and improve the approach. Next slide, please. So I wanted to also talk about how this fits into the overall project schedule at a really general sense. So just to think about how this process would move forward, if we have a decision at the end of this year, early next year, to move forward with the project, then we would proceed with the remaining permits and then proceed with what we think of as construction and design. So this isn't all perfectly sequenced because some of the permitting and design will continue after some of the construction begins. So like we might start, for example, bringing power in that doesn't need some of the same permits that say the intakes need because they're on the water. So basically we'll have permitting, design, construction, however, there is overlap. So what we want to talk about is the idea that we would be looking at during the rest of the permitting process before there is any construction, we will be developing the draft implementation plan, having workshops, finalizing that implementation plan. And then when construction begins, the design will still be underway for some other project components. So early works might start, say, roads and power, but the more complicated features would follow. So there's sort of this window where we'll have some construction starting, but some design underway. And realistically, there may still be a few permitting efforts. And then we hit a point where we've reached 100% design on all of the project features and all of the construction is underway. And that's sort of a key part because at that point, everything will sort of be established. So as we look at the different components, they fit into this in different ways. So the Delta Community Fund, we would begin distributing grants around the time construction begins. So the grant distribution we think would continue during construction. We don't anticipate sort of one big distribution. We want to give people multiple opportunities, but again, that's something that we'll be vetting with the communities. Then for the economic development, we will have to have monitoring and oversight, and that again will be tied to the construction. For integrated benefits, we're going to be working during this next period to try to identify what those could be. We do need to know what they could be when the construction starts, though, because if we're going to be incorporating elements into construction, we need to understand what those are. So the idea is that we'll be working to identify when we start construction, we would need to have them identified around the pieces that we're starting. But again, because construction is phased, there's sort of a period where we can do both. So when all construction is started, at that point, we will only be able to implement from that point on. We won't be able to identify additional benefits. And then for the community benefits agreements, we've been working already to try to initiate those agreements. We will continue to work on that until construction begins. At that point, some agreements will shift into implementation, but we will still be working with other communities if they're interested to develop those agreements. So that just sort of gives a general idea about how these pieces will proceed as the project moves into construction. And with that, I think I'm happy to take any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carrie. And we'll start with Councilmember Zingali.
Thanks for being here again, Carrie, and for that very clear and concise presentation. I was just wondering, as you're in this process, which is so important, I know you agree, of getting input from communities about the project, do you run into reticence because they feel like it'll be perceived that they're supporting it? Because some of the opponents might actually have some of the most important ideas or input for us, but I could see how they might be afraid to participate, that it might be interpreted wrongly. Has that been an issue at all?
Yes, definitely. And it's something we try to address head on in the community benefits related meetings, that participation in this process does not in any way indicate support for the project. And participation will not be predicated on support of the project. So if we engage in a community benefits agreement, that does not mean that those parties cannot oppose the project. It's not connected. We know, though, that still does create some difficulties for people, that I think, emotionally saying we are opposed to the project, but also we're going to talk to you in this other way. I think it doesn't always feel great. So we're trying to address that really directly, that there is no support assumed in this process, that you can't oppose the project, and also talk to us just in case it moves forward. But we recognize that's a challenge for a lot of the potential participants.
Yeah, and I think that's great that you're being upfront and explicit like that. I think that's all you can really do with that. In terms of some of the benefits associated with the project that you need to have kind of on the front end, does that include employment opportunities, like economic opportunities for communities?
Yes.
Like hiring from underserved communities, that's kind of on the table?
Yes.
Potentially. And then I'm not sure you can answer this question, but I'm hoping you can maybe give us a hint or a range. How much money do you think we're talking about for community benefits around this project?
We don't have that defined yet, but we will have that defined. One of the things that we're working on next year is releasing an updated cost estimate. At this point, the only thing we have available is a cost assessment from, I think, 2019, maybe early 2020, and it was on not the proposed project. So
and that will inform does that mean you think it might be a percentage?
Well, what it means is that when we have a cost estimate, it needs to include the community benefits program. So we have to have it defined by that point.
I see. Do you think it might be a percentage?
I don't know.
You really don't know.
But I guess not that much longer is what I'm saying.
And that money has to come from ratepayers, or from people who are receiving water?
Yes.
That's basically how that works. And so the things you decide on have to be related to the project, a realm of the project. There's some language around that, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're trying to address in the implementation plan. So what we want we recognize that we're not trying to tie it directly. Like, we're not trying to say this house has a noise problem, and so there's a community benefits associated with that. Because in reality, that's part of the EIR. We're already mitigating for that in the EIR to the extent we can. The community benefits program is trying to address some of the things that may be a little less directly connected. So we're not trying to have that, like, we don't want to have a justification for the fund to be like showing some kind of direct impact from the project, because that's not this objective of this program. So with that, we want it to be in the realm of where the project is and the types of things the project will do, but not having that direct connection. So that's a thing that I think we are trying to work through, and we really would like community input on that as well.
Thanks, Carrie. Super helpful.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
Hello, Carrie. Nice to see you. Okay, so I appreciate Councilman Zingali's questions about getting good answers on community benefits. And I do think it's a challenge. And I'm curious to see, what's going to come out of it. But you were talking about the timeline, and so you were saying you're working on the change in point of diversion, that there isn't really a time period on that, and then you're talking about the Delta Plan consistency coming before us in 2 years, maybe mid-25. So I'm looking at this timeline for the development and implementation of the community benefits program, and the overall program kind of starts, well, no, the grant distribution and all of these other things pretty much start at construction. So what are you projecting construction would?
So one of the things that we're working on now, and I sort of breezed past this, is trying to really put a fine point on our schedule for the rest of the permitting. So we're not quite there yet. I think probably the next time I come, I'll be able to have that and we can talk about it in more detail. But generally, I will say that we anticipate the way that this process works is that the Delta Stewardship Council is sort of the last step in that permitting process that I would call sort of the key permits that we need before we can start any construction. So once we're through Delta Plan consistency, at that point, we would start things like land acquisition, the final pieces, and I would expect construction to start on the early works projects, things like road improvements, power, shortly after that. So maybe a year or so
Like
after
26?
I think it will be a little longer, but we'll know more.
The reason I ask is when you ask someone in 2022 what they need or what they want, 5 years later, I don't know, if you look back 5 years, things have changed quite a bit in so many different ways, whether it's, socially, climate change, growth, all of those things. So is there something in your plan that kind of takes that into account? Because I don't know that what people were asking for in 2021, 2022 are going to be the same things that are needed within the communities in 27, 28. And how long is this construction going to be going on for?
12 years.
12 years. And so, what they're going to need in 15 years or want or seeing the impacts are going to be different. So is there something built into this to account for that?
That's a great point. So I think that there are some things that we've thought about already, but some things that could benefit from more thinking. So I think one of the things that I mentioned is that we don't want to disperse the monies all at once. And part of that is to allow for changing priorities, changing projects, and also the idea that like if there is a great project that's close but isn't quite ready to get grant funds the first time we do it, I don't want them to totally miss that chance. I'd like to have more than one. So I think that that's part of it, but I think things like, should we revisit the implementation plan periodically to make sure the priorities still match the priorities in the Delta? I don't think that's something we've considered, but I think that's a good idea that we should consider, because certainly you're right that priorities are changing and evolving as we move forward, and we at least want an opportunity to consider that as we go.
Yeah, and we could have never anticipated the certain changes that we've seen in the last 5 years. So I would imagine that we need to have that flexibility should this all go forward, that you're actually doing something that's meaningful for the community.
It's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie, just a point of clarification is when you talk about things that can stay in place should this project move forward, just clarifying, does that also mean help for existing structures that need improvement? Is that something that would qualify for a grant? And then the other, you talked about local hires. Does that also include workforce development, training, and also small business development?
So the last part first, because it's easy. Yes, it does include workforce development, small business hiring, local hiring targets. In terms of whether the leave behinds include sort of improvements to other buildings, No. However, they are potentially grant fund opportunities. So we're sort of looking at this as two pieces. The implementation commitments or leave behinds are things that are connected to the facilities that we're building. So Park and Ride is an example. The potential for internet improvement comes up a lot. Like if we're bringing internet near a community, having a connection for the community. We did early on propose ideas like, what if we built a community center at a site that we're working at? And a lot of the response we got was, we would like your facilities to be as small as possible. So we don't really want you to expand them by building these additional facilities. We want you to contract when you're done to the maximum extent you can. So at the moment, we haven't included those kinds of things. We still have an opportunity if the community was interested to add them, but they're not at this point a priority. So that's the implementation commitment side. But the grant fund has opportunities for things like improving historic structures, things that are important to the community. That all could fit under the grant program.
Okay, great, thank you. And then my last question is, in terms of the outreach into the community, how much tribal engagement has been instituted into this process, and will more tribal engagement be embedded into future outreach?
We have absolutely solicited tribal engagement and involvement, but I do also want to highlight that they had a separate track as part of the EIR development, that we had a formal consultation process where a lot of the ideas that tribal members might have could also be incorporated as mitigation in the EIR and as part of the tribal cultural resource assessment. So there were sort of these two paths for those considerations, but we will definitely continue reaching out to tribes as part of this effort. We're planning to continue coordination with them throughout the rest of the permitting process, and if it should move forward, design and construction.
Is that also the same for what we would consider maybe disadvantaged communities? Again, some of those communities that, again, perhaps don't speak the language and don't have access to internet, and so maybe have not been part of the process up to this point, again, given limitations. And you talked about, Wi-Fi and internet capabilities. So is that also a consideration here?
Yes, we do have a specialized program for disadvantaged communities where we have a special group that is focused on EJ and disadvantaged community outreach. So they do things like go to farmers markets, town festivals, and try to talk to people more directly at those rather than purely relying them to come to our meetings, which we know is a challenge.
Perfect. Okay. Other questions? If not, Carrie, as usual.
Madam Chair.
I had one other question.
Oh, yes, Councilmember Lee. Sorry.
Sorry, I know I have poor internet quality right now, so my video's off. So out of sight, out of mind, I understand. Carrie, thanks for being here. My question was, are there any other programs, either local or in other state departments that I'm thinking of, like Caltrans or High Speed Rail, that have a similar community benefits program that you're modeling this off of, or are you kind of, creating the wheel here? I'm just curious.
There are other programs. I'd say that at this point, a lot of the implementation plan is more based on some of the input we've gotten from other grant programs that other DWR and other state agencies are implementing. But yes, there are other community benefits programs throughout the state as well as other places. There are some really good examples. One of them was for LAX expansion. That was one that we looked to quite a bit. And then there are some others throughout the state. And then a few years ago, as we were developing the framework, we did have a workshop where we had 3 case studies come talk to the community. So they talked about what worked for them. These were the community organizations that engaged. So it was sort of our counterparts that would talk to us, and they talked about what worked, what didn't work, where they ended up. And so we've definitely tried to incorporate that as we move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, if no other questions, again, Carrie, thank you so much. Good presentation, good updates, and we look forward to the next one.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have a public comment from a Zoom user, OSHA Meserve. You should be able to speak now.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. OSHA Meserve, local agencies of the North Delta. I guess maybe later the PowerPoint presentation will be posted that Ms. Buckman gave, but one thing that I don't think was covered on it that I think would be relevant to the council's future consistency proceedings would be how and when DWR is planning to comply with the requirement under federal law, being like NEPA, to analyze the environmental impacts of implementation of the project. Right now, the document prepared by the Corps that is still in draft form that was referenced as maybe going final next summer, that doesn't analyze operations. And of course, operations have a huge impact on Delta water quality and wildlife resources, et cetera. So I was wondering if perhaps Ms. Buckman could speak to the plan for that aspect of the review of the project. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments. And Carrie, you can respond. If not, we can note those and
We can
you need to
definitely
follow.
talk about that more at the next meeting.
Okay.
We are working with federal agencies to schedule out in more detail their compliance processes. So I'll bring that to the next meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Okay, great. I'm going to propose a break at this time, given that our last item is going to be a relatively long item. So we'll let Ms. Buckman go. And actually, you don't have to go, but you can go if you want to. We're going to have, do we have refreshments? We have refreshments, Carrie. You might want to stay for refreshments. So let's take a 15-minute break. Actually, no, we're going to take 20 minutes. I'm going to give you an extra 5. How about that? I'm feeling incredibly generous today. So come back at 12. Somebody do the math for me. 12:41. We'll see you back at 12:41. Thanks, Jeff. Welcome back. We took a short recess and we are now moving on to item 10, and that is the Department of Water Resources Reduced Reliance and Water Management Plan Update. And for that, we have again Jeff Henderson, who will introduce our distinguished panel.
Thank you, Chairman Dueño. For today's final presentation, we welcome Catherine Marquez from DWR and Jennifer Nevels from Metropolitan Water District. They're going to summarize recent work completed to assemble data that describes reduced reliance on Delta water supplies and improved regional self-reliance in the 2020 urban and agricultural water management plans that have been prepared by numerous water suppliers with an interest in covered actions subject to the Delta Plan's reduced reliance policy, otherwise known as WRP1. Catherine and Jennifer will explain WRP1's regulatory data requirements and outline a collaborative effort engaging council staff and others to prepare planning guidance that describes how to report the data in water management plans. They'll share the nature of the information collected, describe how it was collected itself, and summarize how many urban and agricultural water suppliers provided the information. This matter is of critical importance to the council because reporting reduced reliance data in urban and agricultural water management plans is an essential first step for any covered action that may come before the council seeking to demonstrate consistency with WRP1. So with that, I'll welcome Catherine and Jennifer.
All right, thank you for having us today. Well, you already introduced us, so I guess I'll go on to the next slide. So we're going to be talking to you guys today about identifying a need for the data, developing a process, the outreach efforts that we did, consolidating the data, and some conclusions and future use. So thank you to the Stewardship Council for inviting us here today to talk
Move
about
your
this.
microphone a little closer to your.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that better? All right, thank you. Thanks for inviting us here to talk about this today. Next slide, please. So I know you guys are all familiar with this, but because this is a public meeting, we wanted to leave a nice breadcrumb trail as to why we're talking about what we're talking about today. Starting with the Delta Reform Act of 2009 and the establishment of the co-equal goals of reliable water supplies and ecosystem restoration, and the charge to the council with the development of the Delta Plan to further those co-equal goals and protect the Delta as an evolving place. And also establish this covered action process for demonstrating consistency with the Delta Plan. Next slide, please. These are paraphrased definitions of some of these terms. Covered action is a project that a state or local agency is pursuing that is in whole or in part in the Delta, and has the potential to significantly affect the co-equal goals or state flood control. And a covered action demonstrates consistency with the Delta Plan by submitting a certification of consistency, generally sometime after CEQA review and agency approval, but before project implementation. And that certification includes detailed findings of consistency with the applicable policies and that's developed by the agency pursuing the covered action itself. Next slide, please. So now that we've gone through that, we're going to focus in on one specific policy. So this is the Delta Plan Reduced Reliance Policy, WRP1. And again, this is a shorthand version of the policy. It's a pretty lengthy one. So it prohibits any covered action that would export water from, transfer water through, or use water in the Delta. Some examples of covered actions that would trigger this policy include the Delta Conveyance Project, but it could also include things like potential multi-year cross-Delta water transfers. And that prohibition is lifted if you can answer no to one of the three questions here, bulleted here. These questions are: has one or more water suppliers failed to adequately reduce reliance? Has the failure of one or more water suppliers to reduce reliance significantly caused the need for the action? Or will the export or use have a significant adverse impact on the Delta? Next slide, please. So we're going to be focusing today on the first step, the first question in this policy, which is: has one or more water suppliers failed to adequately reduce reliance? Next slide, please. So the policy itself goes on in section C1, talks about how you demonstrate that a supplier is contributing to reduced reliance in the Delta and improved regional self-reliance. So for C1A, you have to show that they have a DWR reviewed urban or ag water management plan. B, it has to have documented implementation of locally cost-effective and technically feasible programs and projects to reduce reliance in the Delta. And C, it has to show a demonstrated measurable reduction in Delta reliance in their ag or urban water management plan. Next slide, please. So again, we're focusing even further in on one subset of this section of the policy and really looking at that measurable reduction. And in order to do that, we really need to dig into what exactly an urban water management plan and an agricultural water management plan is. And Jennifer's going to explain that.
All right, thanks, Catherine. So just to sort of provide that context, obviously the policy is pointing directly to those urban and agricultural water management plans. So urban water management plans are required by the Urban Water Management Planning Act, which was passed in 1983. Water suppliers have been doing these plans since 1985. And they require reporting every 5 years from water suppliers that serve more than 3,000 service connections or more than 3,000 acre feet per year of water supplies. And so many changes have been made to that initial, 1983 act, and a lot of different things have been added along the way, and those are added as changes in the water code. So that's something important to keep in mind. One of the main purposes of the urban plans that's sort of been since the beginning is to demonstrate water supply capability under different future scenarios. And so there's reporting requirements for providing forecasts in normal, single dry, multiple dry future conditions in 5-year increments. So that's really sort of the meat of what's always been required in those plans, which is useful for answering these questions that the policy poses. So DWR reviews each supplier's plan to ensure that they've met the requirements of the Act and provides a report to the legislature. So that happens every 5 years. Just for context, the analysis that we're going to be looking at today was done using 2020 plans, which were submitted to DWR in mid-2021. The next round of 2025 plans would be coming in mid-2026. So just to set that stage. Next slide. So as with urban plans, EGG plans are required by legislation, required by the Water Conservation Act of 2009, but the reporting requirements differ from the urban plans. So it applies to egg suppliers serving more than 25,000 acres, excluding recycled water. And it is, though, completed on those 5-year cycles, roughly in sync with the urban plans, just slightly off. One of the key aspects in terms of this policy that's included in those egg plans is an inventory of efficient water management practices. And efficient water management practices include 2 mandatory practices, which are measuring the volume of water delivered to customers with a sufficient level of accuracy, and adopting pricing structures based at least in part on quantity of water delivered. So those are 2 mandatory for all agricultural suppliers. There are additional 14 measures that water suppliers must certify whether they are implementing, in sort of progress of implementing, or technically not able to implement. So there are 14 of those. Just 2 examples are to automate canal control structures, and another to facilitate or promote customer pump testing and evaluation. So those may or may not apply to the given agency. Next slide. Oh, okay. So I think that these ag and urban plans are the best source of data probably that you can come up with to look at the needs of the consistency certification for WRP1, but they don't come in without some caveats. So they provide data on past, current, future water supplies and demands, as well as water use efficiency and those efficient water management practices. So that's useful to looking sort of at the question, has one or more water suppliers failed to reduce reliance? However, the data must be used carefully. So there are a lot of sort of issues with using these plans just straight away. So the purpose of the urban plans is to demonstrate that capability. So kind of what you can do in each of these year types, and that on its face is sort of contrary to showing reduced reliance, but that data is in there. So you have to be careful sort of picking through and how you're displaying that data. Another key issue is there can be several sort of layers of water suppliers between the Delta and the agency that's completing the urban plan. An example from Metropolitan Service Area is Otay Water District in the San Diego area. So they receive water supplies from San Diego County Water Authority, and they also receive sometimes water supplies from the city of San Diego, which also receives water supply from the San Diego County Water Authority, which receives water supplies from Metropolitan. So you can see it can get pretty complicated to sort of track where Delta water is or isn't. And beyond that, the regional approach that Metropolitan service area takes to funding those projects complicates it even further. So, you know, OTAI might not be able to, let's say, do a groundwater recovery project in their service area, but they can fund through Metropolitan's rates, through those other agencies, a portion of the groundwater replenishment system in Orange County or something like that. So it gets very hard to sort of delineate who's producing what water and where water is going. And also, you know, each water supplier produces these plans from its point of view. So how it would approach showing capability. And so they're all a little different, even with those, you know, regulations. So this led us to develop recommended approaches for the 2020 Urban and Ag guidebooks. And we went through a process that I'll talk about. But really the goal there was to provide a structure that suppliers could use to best show their data, to be used ultimately to answer that question: has one or more water suppliers failed to reduce reliance, and to demonstrate their regional self-reliance, the improvements there. So that was the goal, to find something that worked for the policy and worked for water suppliers. Next slide. Okay. So the approach to developing the technical methodology was very collaborative. It involved council staff, DWR and public water agency staff, and many iterations. Council staff was really essential in providing guidance in terms of interpreting the policy to make sure that what those water suppliers were providing in those plans, you know, answered the question that needed to be answered in the policy. DWR provided a lot of technical review and support throughout different parts of DWR, and they also contracted with a consultant to do the agricultural plan guidance. I don't have really any expertise there, so they got people with expertise. And I provided expertise on the urban plan approach and provided coordination with other public water agencies through the state water contractors and through Metropolitan's member agency managers process. Again, just to make sure that this all worked for the policy as well as water suppliers. I'll hand it back to Catherine for the next slide.
All right, so
speak up louder, would you mind?
Oh, sure. All right, so for this collaborative process, we recognized that while the water suppliers were taking actions to reduce reliance and improve their regional self-reliance, the data didn't exist in the format that the policy asked for. And so we started in September of 2019 with those coordination meetings, again, with Stewardship Council staff, our Delta Conveyance Office, but also within DWR, our Water Use Efficiency Office, and of course with Jennifer's help as well. So we worked on that, many different approaches, many different examples, but we developed an approach that was included in the August and September 2020 draft guidebooks. So these are guidebooks that DWR releases prior to a water management planning cycle. So the guidebooks included the approach. Those were released. They do that through public workshops. And Jennifer and I provided support for those presenting on this optional WRP1 data element to include in those plans. So we presented there, and then also in December, we had another training specifically on the urban water management planning calculations that was provided by DWR. to help support suppliers, mostly because the urban approach was a little bit more technical than the agricultural one, so it required a little bit us to provide a forum to allow for people to ask questions specific to their suppliers' data capabilities. And in December of 2020 and January of 2021, our Delta Conveyance Office sent out outreach letters to a subset of state water contractor water suppliers to encourage them to include this data in their 2020 plans. We did so to both support a record for a potential future certification for a Delta Conveyance project, but also to help them with any potential other future covered actions they may participate in. So we sent those out at that time period. And in April of 2021, the urban water management plans were due to DWR, and July of 2021, the urban water management plans were due to DWR. So, and then those sort of trickle in, and we've been collecting the data, and we'll talk a little bit more about that data compilation process.
Okay, next slide. So just a little bit on those approaches that were developed for the guidebooks. So for the urban plan guidebook, it was provided as Appendix C, and it outlined the reasoning for providing this optional reporting to water suppliers, and provided really the steps that they needed to sort of go through to do this optional reporting. So it had detailed sort of recommendations on how to set a baseline and how to do the specific calculations that would support a consistency certification in terms of WRP1. Sorry, I lost my track here. Okay, so something that we didn't touch on in the policy, and Catherine mentioned that it does have a lot more to it, is that it goes into exactly how sort of contractors or water suppliers can demonstrate reduced reliance. And it details that they can show reductions in delta reliance or improvements in regional self-reliance, and that those should be reported in the plan. It even goes to the point of saying that those can be as percentages and or as volumes of water. So it really gives a lot of guidance. And it defines some of the things that are considered to improve regional self-reliance based on water code. Those include water use efficiency, water recycling, stormwater capture and use, advanced water technologies, conjunctive use. So those sorts of things need to be taken into account in this data, calculation. So those are some of the things that are detailed in that methodology, as well as some data considerations and how to document. So what do you do if you're missing data or those sorts of things that we provided guidance there. Next slide. So the EGG methodology, I think, as Catherine noted, is a little bit maybe less technical. That was also provided as an Appendix C to the EGG plan guidebook. And it outlined different approaches for EGG and the specific sort of data that's available to them. So how they could find good sources of data, set a baseline, and sort of the best practices for reporting those efficient water management practices, as well as their changes in delivery of delta supplies through time and under potential climate change futures. Next slide. Okay. So as Catherine noted, we developed that those guidebooks approach collaboratively, and then we did a lot of extensive outreach to get folks to actually put that in their 2020 plans, since it isn't a requirement. Now, this data review that we're talking about today, that I'm about to get into, was done specifically in support of a future Delta conveyance certification. So it captures a lot of water suppliers, but not all of them. But I think it's applicable, you know, it's sort of lessons learned are applicable to other projects in the future. And Catherine will go over some of those implications in closing. So it represents a large but not complete set of water suppliers. Essentially, it's state water contractors south of Delta and all of the agencies below them. So as I noted, there can be several layers of agencies below those state water contractors. So DWR contracted with Woodard and Kern to inventory all of the plans captured under that definition and inventory them for a quantification of reduced Delta reliance and regional self-reliance. And then with those egg plans, they were looking at changes in deliveries of Delta supplies and those efficient water management practices. Next slide. So this is just a little flow chart that illustrates sort of how they approached that initial inventory and review. You know, did the water supplier submit a plan? Did it include Delta reliance reporting specifically? If not, could it be calculated from data in the plan? Did it include regional self-reliance reporting specifically? And if not, could that be calculated from data in the plan? So they went through this sort of hierarchy to inventory and pull data from all of those plans. And so next slide shows some high-level results. So in that effort, they looked at 245 water supply, urban water management plans. And they found that 238 of them completed a plan as of, I think this was like last spring, so that could have changed. And of those 238, 52 demonstrated reduced reliance on the Delta specifically, so sort of followed the guidelines in the guidebook. 119 showed regional self-reliance improvements rather than changes in Delta reliance, and that has to do with sort of where they are in those layers of agencies. And 67 fell into what they called other designations, sort of categories that might need additional work. And so you can see those listed there. Perhaps they pass state water project water through a groundwater basin and the agencies on the receiving end did their reporting, so they wouldn't report that water. So there's a lot of sort of different reasons, and that's a continued area of work. On to the next slide. Sort of the same looking results for the agricultural water management plans. Obviously, there are considerably fewer of them. So of the 11 suppliers identified, 10 completed a plan as of spring. 7 showed reduced reliance, and 3 fell into other designations where they didn't, you know, necessarily follow the sort of approach that we'd outlined, but they provided other data showing reductions in use from historical or future expected reductions in use, or potentially sort of the reductions in applied water per unit of production. So those were some of the other approaches. Next slide. So in summary, this was, you know, a very specific review of urban and egg plans, but it showed that 238 out of the 238 urban plans reviewed, 225 demonstrated a pathway to reduce reliance or increase regional self-reliance. And out of the 10 urban egg plans evaluated, 9 demonstrate a reduced reliance pathway. And just to kind of sum up the overall numbers from looking at all of those plans, overall urban and egg use is expected to continue to decline in total in the future. So looking from the baseline to 2030, egg use is expected to fall by another 15% over that time period. And then agricultural use is expected to reduce by about 19% in 2030 and 27% out in 2070. That's really the high-level summary of that inventory and review. And I'll hand it over to Catherine to wrap up.
So just sort of going back to my breadcrumbs, you know, this answers, this data that we collected answers one subpart of one specific policy. It's that question of, has one or more water suppliers failed to adequately reduce reliance? And then even more so, is that measurable reduction in reduced reliance in the plans. So it was, while, you know, we produced or collected data that was previously not available in the format identified in the policy, there's no guarantee that it will be in future plans. So the requirement for the urban and ag water management plans is a legislative requirement with a very specific purpose that's pretty well established. And while there is a requirement for covered actions to include this data, that's sort of a separate from that other legislative process. And so, you know, we would like to see this data continue to be included in these 5-year cycles for plans, but it's not legally required to be included in the plans per the legislation that requires the plans themselves. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Also, the policy specifically seeks to collect the data on an individual supplier basis. And as Jennifer was mentioning before, that may not fully capture all the contributions that an individual supplier is making towards reduced reliance or improving regional self-reliance because of the contributions they might be making on a regional or statewide basis. So that's something to also consider. As I mentioned before, this information, the data and techniques that were developed for this process are now available to support any other future covered action that might trigger this policy. They now have at least a vetted approach that they could potentially utilize. And so we think that that's a great benefit. Also, I wanted to note that there are several Delta Plan performance measures and administrative performance measures that are related to these urban and ag water management plans that this data could also help support. And I think that's it. Questions?
Great. Thank you for that excellent report, very in-depth. And I know we have some questions. No? Okay. Sorry. Ms. Burgess.
Good afternoon. This is a really good presentation. I'm learning a lot, so I appreciate it. So, did I miss the actual definition when you of reduced? I mean, is that just like anything under, or?
Sure, I suppose we didn't kind of go into that detail of the policy, but essentially it's a math question,
right?
And it's have you reduced use of Delta supplies from a base period going forward, either in a volume like acre feet, or as a percent of your total sort of water supply portfolio.
So basically, as long as you're meeting either volume or dependence, you've reduced.
Yes, and the same holds for sort of the other side of that coin, which is improving regional self-reliance.
Okay. And water suppliers versus water contractors.
Yeah, sorry.
How many water suppliers are we talking about versus how many contractors?
Sure. So for this analysis specifically, there are, I believe, 27 state water contractors that were included, and those are the agencies that contract directly with DWR for state water project supplies.
Okay.
So I use those a little bit interchangeably. I shouldn't have.
Oh, no, I'm asking questions because I kind of know stuff, but I really don't know a
Right.
lot. So when
Yeah.
I ask these questions, I'm asking on behalf of the people that are going to be, that I represent. So I'm really just curious. So I'm not
Yeah,
trying
no.
to catch you. I just want you to
No,
know.
it's a great question. It is, it's a great question. So those state water contractor agencies that I call contractors are essentially that first layer from the
Right.
Delta. So they receive water from DWR. They know what they're receiving in terms of Delta supplies.
Mhm.
And then a lot of those are wholesalers, and they have a lot of agencies below them. We inventoried a total of 245 urban agencies below those 27 contractors.
So is there a list somewhere that's, I love the look on your face, that lists who's met that mark and who hasn't?
I don't know that there's a list per se. We developed a list to complete this analysis, and we have all the results. So it may not be in one list physically, but I think that information exists.
So are you asking about the data that we've specifically collected and
Right.
compiled? Yes. So we did work on a list that would indicate whether or not they followed the approach in the guidebooks or whether or not they followed an alternative method, and it would have a little bit of a discussion on some of those other designations, like why, maybe they're not using state water project water
Mhm.
supplies. That's why they didn't include an element in their
Right.
plans. So we do have a documentation of that. It is in final review. It's a technical memo in final review that we would then need to make ADA compliant, but we are working to get that finalized.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it'd be important for us to be able to see that, but I also recognize that there are certain agencies that probably, like you said, aren't dependent on it, some that are smaller and don't have the resources or haven't been collecting data in the way that you need to be able to put into it. So I totally get it. But if we're really asking the question, are we reducing our reliance? We need to be able to be, and we've been talking about data and analysis and synthesis and all of those things. And so to me, it's good to know. And if we've got, a large percentage that we aren't really collecting information on or can't decrease their reliance, at least we need to know that. And so when we're talking about reducing volume or less dependent on Delta water, that can be recycled water, that can be conservation, that can be other things. But this is a snapshot today, right? This is what's happening right now. And when you're talking about this being used for something else that could not be built for 10 to 20 years, are we considering growth or future needs of areas? Because when I've driven up and down the state of California in the last couple of years, there's a lot of new houses being built and people are moving and all of that. Do we incorporate, I guess that'll have to be incorporated in down the road, but it's like, this is a snapshot right now with a certain kind of climate that we have right now.
So I'll answer one part of that for that question and then hand it over to Jennifer. But as far as sorry, let me think back. Okay, so as far as the policy goes, this is one way to show reduced reliance. So that's something to keep in mind.
Right.
It may not be the only way.
Right.
The other thing to consider is that if we're talking about a potential future certification of consistency, that's all dependent on the Stewardship Council's policies and process. And so it would be the language of the policy to consider as far as how that gets incorporated into future planning. But then on the technical side of things, these plans are developed in a specific way. So I think I'll hand that over.
Yeah, so the urban plans provide forecasts of supplies, demands based on how the agency, the different water suppliers see their service area growing.
Right.
Oftentimes they rely on the regional transportation forecasts. Climate change is incorporated at different sort of scales within, the sophistication of those water suppliers. Future projects are layered in. So those forecasts go out to 2040 at least. Some provide to 2045. So there is an element of that. That's really the purpose of those urban plans, is to look, far ahead and see how you fare in the future.
Yeah. I mean, I've worked on other things, and like we keep having to increase our electric demand. And, we kind of piecemeal it as we go. And I kind of think about water similarly. If we're dealing with extreme drought issues for many years, groundwater becomes less, and reliance on these other things will be necessary. And so with growth, I'm concerned about that.
I just want to remind you also that the plans are on 5-year cycles.
Right.
So they're redone every 5 years.
But do we have to keep doing them? I thought I heard.
No, so the plans are required every 5 years.
Okay.
Per water code.
Okay.
What I mentioned was the fact that the WRP1 data that was added to the 2020 plans is technically optional for the suppliers to add.
I thought it was the whole thing was optional.
No, the plans are required.
Okay. And then the only other thing that I was thinking about as I was listening is, when we talk about water quality and we talk about other conditions, we were talking about the South Delta just a little bit ago, where water is taken really does impact other things. So it would be interesting to see where that water is being taken from the Delta, so that we can kind of see the impacts and the correlation maybe between flows, water quality, and all of that. I know it's just my opinion. Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilmember Moranian and then Councilmember Lee.
Yeah, my question is, I'm familiar with these plans, and I know that in our area, this requirement gave birth to a lot of good things like Measure W, as you know, the creation of local sources. That also helps with creating a new kind of infrastructure, right? That is permeable, that is sustainable. So when the two agencies work together, I understand the logic of, how you came together and what is that edge where do you do this with other water agencies, considering that they all have some kind of a requirement of reduction, and who are they? And I know that the measures are different because it depends on the watershed, the specifics of everything, and it's not one size fit all. It's just to show maybe best management practices and show how it's going to impact. But who else is in this, collaborative effort?
So as part of the collaborative effort, we tried to work through different examples of different water suppliers that had different data collection needs or different water sources. And so we did that both using technical experts from within DWR's water use efficiency groups, so the people that are charged legislatively with reviewing those plans. But we also used Jennifer as a liaison to other water suppliers to gain that input. And then also as part of, once we developed an approach that was included in those draft guidebooks, that was then sent out to all of the suppliers for those workshops that I talked about.
I see. And they participate. Thank you.
Yeah, let me let Councilmember Lee, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Burgess. Councilmember Lee.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering if there was any differentiation in the bucketing of agriculture between what is animal agriculture versus crop agriculture not dedicated to animals. And I'm asking that question because we know that animal agriculture uses much more water, to raise cattle and to feed them and other types of animals. than it does for plants. And if we're going to kind of, really meet our climate change goals, we have to start, kind of managing better how much resources are being dedicated to animal agriculture. So I just kind of want to understand if that's all bucketed together in your scenario, and if there's any potential that you would, kind of break those out separately at some point.
So I think we would have to get back to you on that one. I'm not an egg plan expert, but I'm assuming that the egg plans sort of cover all the different types of agricultural production, be it animal or, plant, and has methodologies for those different types.
And again, the definitions for who's required to complete a plan are all part of a different legislative process. So who's required to complete a plan and how those plans are developed is out of our hands.
Is that a safe assumption?
Is what a
The
safe
that
assumption?
you've made, does that make sense? I mean, that strike me as absolutely worthless.
Well, I think that the egg plan requirements are, anyone with over 25,000 acres.
If I may just, so the water code has a definition, Your Honor, for agricultural water supplier, and we do as well. And it's based on, to answer council members Lee's question, it's based on the irrigated acre. So there's no really distinction. They don't make a distinction as to whether it's used for like,
I just would like to make a recommendation, just not something the council is going to vote on, obviously, or anything, but for future climate change work that all administrations are going to need to do, it might be beneficial to start trying to find a way to differentiate between animal agriculture and other plant-based agriculture, because we're going, if our planet is going to survive, as Dr. Laurel would tell us much more eloquently than I'm going to be able to state, we have to start making policy decisions about the best use of our water going forward. And the sooner we can start collecting and parsing out data regarding those differentiations, the better qualified our agencies are going to be to giving recommendations on how we're going to be able to manage our water going forward. And I just think it's a really important thing that all of our agencies need to be looking at and really starting to think about in a big way. So thank you. I appreciate your answer. And I hope that put a little pea in your brain about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Follow up with Councilmember Burgess.
Yeah, I think about the Colorado River and all of the challenges they have there. Are we learning from the things that they've done related to this type of work that you're doing to be able to do it better? I just was wondering if that was, I don't see any.
I'm not sure how to answer that question. Are you talking about just tracking reduced reliance on the water supplies? Or?
Yeah, I think I've read that they're being required to reduce reliance on the Colorado River. And so I would imagine that some of these things that we're doing are similar to kind of what they're having to do. And so I was just curious to see if there was any kind of parallels there.
So I'm not super familiar with what's being done on the Colorado River, but I think what we try to do here and what we're reporting on here specifically relates to the actual text of the policy and what's required in the policy, and then also the data that was available in the current plans. And so that's where we started from.
And then on Councilwoman Lee's question about ag, is there any differentiation or focus on industry?
So that's captured in the urban plans.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. I think it was Jennifer, you made a comment about some of this being factored in with the DCP. I just wanted to play rewind. It's like maybe Jennifer can repeat that, but could you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so just to clarify that sort of the last 4 or so slides where we looked at those results, those were generated based on agencies, water suppliers that we anticipate would be receiving water from Delta Conveyance Project as a covered action. And so this really is ultimately to support a consistency certification, one very small piece of a consistency certification for Delta Conveyance. So just to give a context that this is not all the data, this is a subset of data, albeit a large one.
Got it. Okay.
Just to add to that, if I may.
Yes.
I mean, I don't mean any offense to Met or the department, but I mean, this information would not be produced if it wasn't being driven by compliance. There's actually a recommendation in the Delta plan also that all water suppliers that receive water from the Delta prepare these elements. And that has not been done until now, and it's not being done yet by all. It's really being driven by those who would receive water from a potential covered action in the DCP. So, the regulation was adopted in 2013. We missed the first pass at urban ag water management plans in 2015. There was a lot of hesitancy among water suppliers to provide this data, to acknowledge that they needed to comply with the new regulation. There was litigation going on. The council was sued. There was an argument that we didn't have the authority to collect this information. So this is a milestone. We're at a point where we now have this collaborative relationship and the information is beginning to be produced. I do think it's the beginning. I kind of hope it's the beginning and that the 2025 plans would also build on that success. It sounds to me like perhaps amending the Urban Water Management Plan Act would help us all here if there was a requirement in law and not just in the council's regulation, but maybe that's a conversation for another day.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So thank you. That was the nexus I was looking for. So I really appreciate that. If there are no other comments, again, thank you very much to Catherine, Jennifer, and Jeff. Thank you. You were a trooper. Okay. Is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Very good. We will now move on to our very last item, and that is preparation for our next council meeting. The next council meeting will take place on December 14th at the CNRA Building, 715 P Street, Sacramento. Please refer to the posted meeting notice 10 days before the meeting for further information and updates. Thank you to all who participated today, to all our panelists, and want to wish everybody safe travels if you are going out of town, and wishing you all the very, very best of Thanksgiving holidays for each and every one of you and your families. Thank you.